Good morning, Mr. Shaskalsin. Good morning, Mr. Bano.
Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Karim.
Morning, Chair.
Chair, we've been informed that there may be an application for a postponement. I don't know more than that.
Yes, Chair, thank you. We do require a stand-down to prepare an application for a postponement. To inform you about the developments that have led to this, if I can just very briefly tell you this, but I do want to bring a formal application. At about 6 o'clock this morning, my attorney received an email from the Commission's attorney, and the email read, "Our instructions are early this morning, flowing from your client's evidence yesterday. An evidence leader was working through the Medicare 24 Shwani accounts to identify inflows from SAPS in the period over which your client had sight of transaction movements on that account. While looking at these inflows into the Medicare account, the evidence leader identified 2 additional payments to Medicare from your client, which your client has not disclosed. The payments were in an amount of 1 million on 27 June 2024 and an amount of 1.12 on 7 October 2024. Both payments were made from your client's company, Tasmika Construction. Copies of the relevant Medicare and Tasmika Construction bank statements are attached, together with extracts from the spreadsheet of contras for the Medicare account, which was provided by FNB. The evidence leaders intend to canvass these payments with your client this morning. If you require time to consult with your client in this regard, we will approach the Commission to arrange a later start to proceedings." Chair, we all got here between 9 and 9:15. We've barely had an adequate opportunity to consult to this, but that said, what is provided to us are several bank statements and a spreadsheet, which obviously the Commission had prepared well in advance of this morning, 6 o'clock. Somebody had done this investigation. We've continuously complained of having documents kept back from us and drip-fed, and this is yet another installment in that. To give background to this, we wrote on the 7th of March and on the 8th of March. I will deal with the correspondence in detail in the postponement application, but essentially on the 7th of March, between those 2 letters, we asked the Commission, because we were being given things, as we said, drip-fed, we asked the Commission to please tell us all of the documents that they intended to use and rely on, and we said, as reluctant as we were, this conduct of the Commission, obviously of the evidence leaders, was going to give rise to a postponement. That is but one aspect of it. What also happened is, you recall yesterday, you were told that there was 1 or 2 pages of documents, additional documents that were found, and our learned friends would not deal with that yesterday, but they would deal with that today. Well, we asked for the documents. They had been sent electronically, I think, whilst we were on our way to the Commission yesterday. Didn't help anybody, certainly not us, when you look at the nature of the financial statements, and we asked for hard copies. At approximately 2 o'clock, 1 copy of this was made available after we had started. At 4 o'clock, we got sufficient copies for our team, and this is what we got. I'm holding it up. It's a file full of hundreds of pages of spreadsheets and detailed analysis that had been done. So we expected to have been sitting here dealing with Mr. Suleiman's evidence yesterday, and I said to you on the hoof, expected to go through all of this. Clearly, one can just estimate they literally hundreds of pages, and let me show you, if you can see from where you are, what they look like. The documents look like this. Intense line items of hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of transactions. Now, it might be that the Commission says it's not intending to refer to all of those transactions, but we have simply not had an adequate or fair opportunity to deal with this. So I want to deal with all of this formally in an application, and I'd like to stand down to bring that application. I think for current purposes, if we have till 12 o'clock, we should be able to get the application out.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Chair, there are two separate issues to address here. The first is the hundreds of pages that Mr. Barnes is brandishing around, and the second is the bank statements for 4 months of Tasmika Construction and Medicare. Let me deal with the spreadsheet first. We will not refer to a single one of those pages. We've made that clear to Mr. Karim's team. Why we gave it to them is that there is an infographic on page 505 of the bundle that they've had for some time. What we sent them electronically, and the infographics provides a summary of payments from municipalities in the area in respect of which Mr. Karim is the ANC treasurer, to companies owned by Mr. Karim. And it gives a breakdown of where the 336 million or 332 million that these municipalities have paid to Mr. Karim, where it comes from. The infographic provides a summary. We thought that Mr. Karim would want to know where we got the infographic from, so we gave him a spreadsheet with line items of every single transaction reflecting a payment from one of those municipalities to a company of Mr. Karim, with tabs broken up by company. And we made clear to him we're not going to refer to any of those line items. They are totaled, but if he wants to total them himself just to check that our numbers on the infographic are right, he can do that. If he wants to dispute any of those transactions, he can do that. He had that electronic spreadsheet, which is really the only sensible way.
For how long has Mr. Karim had what you say is at page 505?
505 was served with the rest of the bundle on Friday. The electronic spreadsheet was emailed to him yesterday morning before the commencement of proceedings. It was always explained to him that we are not going to refer to any line items on the electronic spreadsheet. That leaves the bank statements for Tasmika and Medicare that were provided this morning. And the background to their discovery is the following. Yesterday in evidence, Mr. Karim told us for the first time that he had had sight of Medicare bank statements over a period in 2024. This was material that should have been put in a statement, which in turn ought to have been furnished Friday, not last week, but the week before. It wasn't put in the statement, which was furnished 5 days late on Wednesday. So we hear this for the first time yesterday. Following from that, I was going through the Medicare bank statements at 5 o'clock this morning, looking to see what SAPS inflows were there to interrogate the version of Mr. Karim in relation to the terms of his loan agreement and the idea that he was going to get 10% of all SAPS inflows, but he had waived all of that. I wanted to see how much money he had waived. While I was looking for that purpose, I stumbled across the fact that there were 2 substantial payments from Tasmika Construction, another company of Mr. Karim, into Medicare 24, which he didn't mention in his statement, and which I would like to ask him about because he certainly should have mentioned them in his statement. The one payment is a payment of 1 million on the 27th of June 2024. The second payment is a payment of 1.12 million on 7 October 2024. There is no innocent explanation for just overlooking the fact that more than 2 million rands beyond what you have disclosed also happened to be paid. The reason that these documents were made available to his legal team today and not earlier was, first of all, he filed his statement late. Second of all, in his statement, he didn't disclose these payments. Third of all, in his statement, he didn't disclose the fact that he was he had sight of the bank transactions on Medicare 24. If he had honestly performed his obligations in any one of those 3 respects, they would have had these bank statements more than a week ago. So they can't complain about getting them now. And the bank statements really reflect 4 payments, two payments which I've described on both sides. If they want 45 minutes to take an instruction from Mr. Karim, if they want an hour to take an instruction from Mr. Karim, I can understand that. They need to understand what his version is, whether he was concealing them, whether there is an innocent explanation. But an hour is more than enough to do that. They then make the allegation that the contra spreadsheet that we gave them just to show that not only do these numbers match, but in fact, they are shown by FNB to be the same transaction by virtue of the contras. They make the suggestion that we have had that document and withheld it from them. That is a very irresponsible suggestion. What we receive from FNB when we get bank statements from FNB is a list of all the contras. So we have contras for the entire Medicare 24 account, thousands and thousands of transactions. We don't search on that set of transactions for Tasmika construction unless we have reason to search for Tasmika construction. This morning, I had reason to search for Tasmika construction. So I searched for Tasmika construction and identified the two entries that were provided to them this morning. I then copied those two entries into a separate spreadsheet this morning, sometime between 5 and 6, and gave it to them. Nothing has been withheld from them. They received that spreadsheet within 15 minutes of its creation. They can look at the metadata of the spreadsheet. So in our view, they are entitled to a short stand down to take instructions on the documents that they withheld from us and that we have now discovered, or the information that they withheld from us and we have now discovered. They're certainly not entitled to a postponement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shoskelson.
Chair, just to be clear,
Yes,
this
yes.
is not the postponement application. This is a request for a stand-on to prepare the postponement application. The attitude adopted by the Commission leaders is continuously to point fingers to Mr. Karim and his legal team when failings on the part of those evidence leaders are exposed. I'm not going to deal again with the statement being late because that is factually incorrect. But what we are entitled to do is to test what's in the infographic. As our learned friend himself accepts, the infographic is somebody else's creation of a summary. He appreciates that we needed the source documents, yet he put up the infographic, as you point out, as late as Friday afternoon, and with these source documents only coming on Monday morning whilst we were driving to the Commission, or maybe slightly before. So it's no satisfactory answer to say, we will not rely on any one of these documents. You are relying on the infogram, which is the reconstruction or summary of what is contained in here. We are entitled to check that. We are entitled to interrogate the infogram, and we are entitled to interrogate the information that you rely on for that. In relation, and we foreshadowed this yesterday in an attempt to avoid a postponement, which we also alerted the Commission to in the correspondence over the weekend. We said we did not want to apply for a postponement, but if documents and information was going to be withheld, we would be forced to do so. At that stage, we were writing about the transcripts pages. We didn't know what else they had up their sleeve, but we said we confirm, as a result of your failure to provide us with this information, we are compelled to advise that we may be left with no alternative but to seek a postponement to enable us to properly prepare our client on the supplementary bundle now provided. That's the Friday bundle. Yes.
We asked them to specify what
Then, not satisfied that the Commission was playing open cards with us, we wrote on the Sunday, and paragraph 6 of that letter, and we'll make all of this correspondence available in the postponement application. In the circumstances, we require that you unequivocally confirm in writing the following: an itemized list of the exact documents upon which you intend to rely for the purpose of questioning our client. 6.2, confirmation that no documents or information falling outside the scope of those identified documents will be relied upon for our client's appearance. that this correspondence, together with the prior letters referred to, will be placed before the commissioners so that they are fully appraised of the circumstances in which this issue has arisen and the manner in which our client has been required to engage with the process. So, yesterday when we got here, I said to the Commission that we've got these documents, we've not looked through it. In an attempt not to delay, we suggested that we proceed, and if we had if we finished early, I said if we finished by 12 o'clock, it might give us a chance to look at those documents. As matters turned out, we were here past 4 o'clock, got to Santon at 5. People had to go off to break fast and for the evening prayers. So we have not had a sufficient chance to look at this, and it doesn't lie in my learned friend's mouth to say he's not going to refer to it. He's had this, he's produced it, and it's the basis, as you appreciate, Commissioner, that they produced. I think the document page is correct, 501, the infogram. 505, the infogram at 505. In relation to the spreadsheet, we want our learned friends to go on oath to say the spreadsheet was produced only at past 5 o'clock this morning. And we also wish to inquire about what other documents they've had and that they've looked at. Yes, in relation to the issue of Tasmika, our learned friend in his finger pointing, which has become habitual here, suggests that this should have been covered in the statement. Well, we want to remind the evidence leaders of what was asked for in the 10-6 notice of December, the one which superseded all other notices, and in fact they said was the new notice. You'll see in paragraph 2.3, we asked, our client is asked to deal with the nature and extent of relationship with a number of entities. There's 6 of them, and when you look at that, you won't find any mention of Tasmika. So we were hardly required to consider or take instructions on Tasmika. But Chair, we have attempted to get on with matters here. The Commission's drip feeding of documents which we've complained about has continued right until this morning. There's an overall interest of fairness that has to be applied here. Witnesses can't be expected to deal with things on the roof, or, in our respectful submission, for things to be withheld, whether willingly or unknowingly or unwittingly, and then for us to take instructions on the turn at a very difficult time when people are not readily available at night due to religious commitments, and then to say, well, you can have an hour and just deal with this. It's not the way matters should be conducted. This is highly prejudicial to us, and we do wish to bring a formal application.
Thank you.
Chair, if I can respond on just on 2 issues. I'm asked to depose to an affidavit confirming that I
Mr.
made
Bana will have the last.
He can have the last, indeed,
yes,
Chair.
yes.
I've been asked to depose to an affidavit saying that I created the spreadsheet at between 5 and 6 this morning. I confirm that I created the spreadsheet between 5 and 6 this morning. And that 2-line spreadsheet did not exist prior to 5 and 6, between 5 and 6 this morning. The answer of Mr. Bana is, if Mr. Bana wants to spend 2 days plowing through various line items, his client can, I won't touch that issue today, and his client can come back on Friday. I'm not prepared to make the same tender in respect of the bank statements, because they infect all of the questioning. And there is, with respect, no reason why we should waste today, because those bank statements and those payments were not disclosed. And the client was, the witness was specifically asked to furnish a statement on the nature and extent of his relationship with Medicare 24 Tshwane District. He declined to mention that one of his companies paid over 2 million rands to Medicare Tshwane District. That should have been in the statement on any scenario. So we're here today with this problem because the witness didn't disclose payments aggregating to 2.12 million into Medicare Tshwane District when he was specifically instructed to furnish a statement about the nature and extent of his relationship with Medicare Tshwane District. I accept that the witness now and his legal team now need time to consult, but they don't need time, they don't need days to consult. They can stand down, consult for a reasonable period, maybe an hour, and then we are ready to run. We oppose this suggestion that the matter should be stood down for a postponement application. If it stands down to 12 o'clock for a postponement application, the process itself achieves the postponement.
Please remind me again, which aspect do you say may be pushed to Friday?
The infographic and all of the underlying transactions. If they want to interrogate several thousand transactions, they can do so over the rest of the week. But they don't need the rest of the week to get a version on why payments of 2.12 million rands from Tasmika to Medicare were not disclosed in the statement and what those payments related to.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson. Any response?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Firstly, our learned friend concedes that the documents given this morning infect all of the questions. That alone should show how significant they are and why we shouldn't be just given an hour to look at the documents and to deal with that. But secondly, in relation to the point he keeps making, and loosely without referring to what the Commission actually inquired or required, the suggestion that because there was a request to deal with the relationship with Medicare, this should have been disclosed. What was not asked for in the statement is for any of these companies to deal with their relationship with Medicare, let alone Tasmika, who doesn't even feature on the 10.6 notice. The notice at the relevant paragraphs ask Mr. Suleiman Karim personally to provide a statement, and it says the nature of your relationship with Mr. Kat Matlala, Senzo Mchunu, and General Firoz Khan, the role you performed for Mr. Matlala, and then 2.3, the nature and extent of your relationship with the following individuals. There's no mention here of dealings of his many companies with anyone, let alone with Medicare.
Can I ask Mr. Bana, on that last point, if you take that attitude that there is no mention of explaining the relationship of his companies with Medicare, why does he tell us about the Ziggy 10 million rand payment? Because that is a payment from a company.
Yes.
That he is happy to disclose voluntarily.
Yes.
He disclosed it, and please make me understand why does he not think, or why you think that a disclosure about this later payment now doesn't fall in the same category?
Yes. There are two answers to that, but something else I'm going to make in submission. Firstly, when he deals with Ziggy, Ziggy is specifically mentioned in the 10.6 notice. But secondly, the fact that he might have, in explaining some of these things, dealt with some of the companies. Let's assume Ziggy wasn't there. Doesn't mean, therefore, I'm dealing just with a point to say you should have gone and investigated and disclosed in your statement, Tasmika, the culpability point. I'm saying there's no culpability here for him not dealing with Tasmika.
We are a commission of inquiry, which is fact-finding. We want to know when I think it doesn't sit well for a witness, by the way, a witness of the commission. Everyone unless you have a different understanding of the people that are appearing before us here, they are all called by the commission to come and testify, and Mr. Karim is no different. For me, that's my starting point, and I hope we have a common understanding about that. And when they are called and they are asked questions or they are asked to address issues, the expectation is they will not be technical. They will not rely on, I will not say that with the commission doesn't know. They've asked me to come and explain my relationship with Medicare. If he speaks to Ziggy clearly, even if the notice from the commission mentions Ziggy, it's clear from that, I would have thought, that the commission is interested in the entities that he's got, his personal relationship and his entities. And if he intended to be open with the commission, I would have expected that he would speak to all the entities, including ones that are not mentioned in that notice, because he accepts that he's being called to come and assist us
No.
to determine the facts.
No, there's a false basis of what you're putting to me, a false premise. The witness is guided by what he's required to deal with in the summons and in the notice.
And
It
now
can't
he's
be-
here, okay, and now
Can-
he's
can
here.
Can I finish my
Okay, let me
submission?
just clarify myself so that when you finish your story, you can address what I'm wanting to clarify, because you're doing this for my benefit, not for your benefit. It's to help me understand what it is we are dealing with here. The witness is called here to come and assist us in our fact-gathering process. A company is mentioned because that's what we know, what the evidence leaders have found a company through whatever investigative processes. The witness knows something else that relates to the very same question, the relationship with Medicare. He knows something else, and he chooses to hold it back. That, to me, is not a witness who's coming to assist the commission. It is catch me if you can, kind of. When in fact, the interest of the commission is to find out what are the facts that this witness knows or that he has in his possession about the relationship with Medicare.
Yes. The witness is not going to take a technical attitude to say, I'm not going to testify to this. What we are discussing is why issues were not in the statement. Now, you may take that position, and that's your view, that the witness was obliged to deal with matters not stipulated in the notice or the summons. My submission to you is that that's an incorrect view. But be that as it may, it's unfair for you to make the judgment now that he chose to hold back documents when his attention wasn't directed to that. These are transactions that go back several years. This is a witness who deals in companies that have many transactions. So the premise to say he had a duty, even though there's no mention of Tasmika there, to deal with Tasmika, and the fact that he doesn't, that you can put to me that he chose to hold this back, is simply incorrect. But all of this goes to no more than the criticism to say it should have been in the statement. We say that's an unfair criticism. Our learned friend can ask the questions. We are not taking a technical attitude that because it wasn't there, you're not entitled to ask the questions. But I do that to neutralize the criticism that this had to be dealt with in the statement. And that criticism is simply an excuse for the Commission having produced this at a late stage. Those are my submissions.
Mr. Bana, my colleague Commissioner Baloyi came in when I also wanted to come in and also to raise a similar point. Mr. Karim himself seems to treat his companies basically either as the same entity, as it were. I know you're going to raise the legal point that they simply cannot be. But look at who was supposed to loan the money. It was Ziggy. But I think the money did not come from... Yes, some of it came from Tamiz. And also I think the payment back, was it not to Tamiz as well? Even the payment was not to Ziggy, but to Tamiz. So he himself is treating his companies in sort of a jumble, as it were. So it seems highly technical, as Commissioner Baloyi suggests, for Mr. Karim to now adopt through you this technical legal position that no, we are dealing with separate legal entities. Tamiz is separate from Ziggy, Ziggy is separate from Tamiz, and Tamiz, or rather, and both of them are separate from Tasmika. That, to me, in the circumstances of what has been happening here, is, I feel, subject to what you say, is highly, highly technical.
Yes. Chair, we're not suggesting, and I take your point that he's not always kept the distinctions clear. All we're suggesting is that the criticism that he deliberately withheld information from his statement is not one that can be made. And if that is going to be advanced, and particularly listening to the debate with the commissioners, it's all the more reason why we need time to deal with this carefully and properly. Because you are going to draw inferences. We can see that happening already from aspects which we say you should not. But the point I'm making is this. We don't suggest that he's not entitled to be questioned. Your point is correct that he doesn't always keep a strict distinction. But the submission goes to the criticism that somehow all of these entities that are not mentioned in the statement, I say all, but what applies in respect of Tasmika would apply to his other entities, somehow created an obligation on him to deal with whatever was done internally or otherwise, we don't know, between those companies and himself or Ziggy.
Something else altogether, I don't know if Commissioner Khumalo wanted to come in on the same issue, something different altogether. What's your position with regard to the separation suggested by Mr. Shaskalsin? That is issues relating to, is it the infographic? And the schedule. If those are pushed over to Friday, and that everything else be dealt with today's day.
Firstly, we're not available on Friday. I'm in the High Court on a matter, and I haven't canvassed my legal team's availability, but Mr. Karim has me here representing him for this leg, so I'm not available on Friday. But we're happy to agree a date as soon as possible that suits diaries. We say there's no prejudice in holding over all of this to when Mr. Karim comes back. It's clear his evidence can't be completed today. It's clear that with a stand-on, we're in any case going to eat up into a substantial portion of today. My learned friend suggests a 45-minute or a 1-hour stand-on. It's not in his mouth to suggest that. I don't know how long I'm going to need, but I'm going to do this carefully, and I'm going to take proper time to do so.
If we are not inclined to adjourn so that you should prepare a postponement application, if our inclination is to give you time to consult, what time would you suggest? Mr. Shaskalsin has suggested 45 minutes to an hour. What would you suggest?
Chair, I think at least 2 hours, and I'll come back to you if I need more time. But I do want to say, it seems then that you've prejudged an application that
Mr. Bana, I take strong exception to that.
No.
You know, and you are an experienced counsel, you know that people presiding, let me use the court, the example of courts, you know that judges will engage you during argument, engage you to an extent that you will think they are against you. But in the end, you are surprised that the judgment is in your favor. Engaging counsel has nothing to do with matters being prejudged, and you know that. I take very strong exception to that attitude.
I don't think...
In fact, I find it unprofessional for you to say that I have prejudged issues purely because I'm engaging you. I take strong exception to that.
I don't think that you should take exception. And
I do.
Can I respond, Chair? What you put to me was that you weren't going to allow an opportunity for the postponement application.
I did not. I did not say I am not. I never said so. We can play back the tape. We can play back the recording.
Then I was mistaken.
So that is, I can actually, to be rough, I can say you are lying.
No, then I was mistaken. I understood you to say that you were not prepared to allow a stand-on for the postponement application to be brought, but you were ready to consider the stand-on to deal with the documents. If I was mistaken in that, then I'm mistaken, but that is clearly how I understood it.
You definitely are. I did not. It was an if situation, which arises all the time during argument.
Then I accept that.
Thank you. And you apologize for what you said, because you basically suggested impropriety on my part that I've prejudged issues whilst the matter is being debated. Are you tendering an apology for that?
Yes, if I misunderstood it, then I tender an apology. But as you say, the record will indicate, And my recollection is that you said if you are not prepared.
So you are
to
tendering a
acknowledge-
qualified apology, a conditional apology.
Chair, if I'm
You are
mistaken,
tendering a
if I'm mistaken,
conditional-
I apologize, but that's not what I heard.
You are saying if the recording can what, so you are tendering a
It's
conditional
what you put
apology.
to me as well, that the recording will reflect what happens. What's good for you is good for me.
So I'm not accepting the so-called apology. Thank you very much. Any further submissions?
No, I did say if I misunderstood, I
I'm saying I'm
apologize.
not, let's step off that. I'm saying I'm not accepting it. So let's step off that. Any further submissions?
No further.
Thank you very much. We will take a short adjournment. We'll indicate when we are ready.
Thank you, Chair. May I just say the apology is unconditional. I did not hear the if when you made the statement, and what you correctly pointed out is you said, if we are not inclined to adjourn. And I understood that you said you were not inclined to adjourn, so the apology is unconditional.
Now the apology is accepted, Mr. Bana.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have considered what you submitted, Mr. Bana, and also the responses by Mr. Shaskalsin. Our decision is to afford you and your team an opportunity to consult with Mr. Karim. At this stage, not necessarily on the aspect relating to the infographic and what is it, or rather, and the documents you showed us earlier this morning. So that will have to stand over to some other day. And seeing that you said you are not available on Friday, then dates will have to be discussed between you and Mr. Shaskalsin with regard to that outstanding issue. As for the rest, the decision is to give you time until 11:45 to consult with Mr. Karim. At 11:45, we proceed with the hearing. Let's adjourn until 11:45.
Just for clarity, so we don't misunderstand, is the direction that you're going to proceed with him, and we are not entitled to bring an application for a postponement?
Yes, that's the effect of it. Yes. Let's adjourn until 11:45.
All right, it's 11:44. We said we'd be back at the 1:45. Let's resume. Please make sure your cell phones are off. Thank you.
Mr. Bana,
Thank
may
you,
we
Chair.
start? I assume we are ready to
Yes.
start. Thank you very much. Mr. Shaskelson?
Chair, just before we start, we asked at the end of the hearing yesterday for a series of documents from Mr. Karim. The one was a two-page agreement with Mr. Mamela in relation to the mining venture. The one was the draft agreement that Ziggy had with Medicare 24. And then there were the details of the accountant who instructed that Mr. Matlala should pay Tamiz, not Ziggy. And lastly, we wanted to hear back from him after he'd consulted with his attorneys in relation to accessing his WhatsApps from 2024, 2025 with Mr. Mokgotsi and Mr. Matlala. I wonder if we can just get a response on the record from his legal team in that regard.
Mr. Bana?
I think we can just ask, you can just go through it with the witness and you'll hear it from him firsthand.
Sorry, if we can go through the...
Yes, he hasn't been able to get the two agreements. He needs to go to Mafeking. He'll tell you the name of the accountant. I've forgotten the name. And he'll also tell you the position with his messages.
Thanks, Mr. Karim. Can we take them one by one, and can you just explain to me what the position is? The first is the draft agreement with Medicare 24.
Yeah, it's two documents. Medicare, we can deal with the two.
Okay, the Medicare 24 and...
Yeah, those documents and my gang. At the moment, my offices are closed because of the threats. So I have those documents. Once those threats just subside, my office is working remotely now. My people are working remotely. But those documents will be made available as soon as I get to Mafeking, as soon as it just comes down, maybe in the next week and a half.
Thank you. So that's both the Mamela agreement relating to Chrome Core and
Yes.
the draft agreement with Medicare 24.
Yes. Yes.
Then the accountant who advised you in relation to payments from Mr. Matlala.
My legal team will send an email to the instructing attorneys with the email address and the contact details. You can just send your request there.
Thank you very much. And then lastly, the issue of WhatsApps with Mr. Mokgotsi and Mr. Mamela in 2024 and 2025.
I've checked my iCloud. I don't do backups. I don't have any chats on my current cell phone from then.
So your WhatsApps for that period are not available.
I don't have backup, so they don't back up, and I changed my phone.
And would you give us your authority to approach Apple so that Apple can search on their backups?
I'll speak to my legal team about that, and they'll revert to you.
Thank you. When we left off yesterday, we were dealing with the payments to Mr. Mamela or to Lutaga for Mr. Mamela that were made by Tamiz from the proceeds of payments from Medicare. Now, at the time that you entered, I want to stay with the issue of Mr. Mamela for a while. At the time that you started this business relationship with Mr. Matlala, I assume that you were aware that Mr. Mamela had been a business associate of Mr. Matlala.
At that point, he didn't disclose that to me.
No, but you'd read articles we discussed earlier that from I think it was April 2024, you'd read articles about allegations in relation to Mr. Mamela and Mr. Matlala at Tembisa Hospital.
Yes, we never discussed those relations. He never brought Mr. Matlala up to me.
No, yes, but I'm asking, were you aware that there was a business relationship between the two of them?
At that point, I saw articles, but there was no direct link between them.
I see. So all you knew was what you had read in the press about them.
That's correct.
Did you, at any other stage, find out about business relationships between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mamela?
When I concluded the agreement, or when we had the handshake or the verbal agreement with Mr. Matlala in June, around August, I then asked Mr. Mamela, look, you've never raised Mr. Matlala with me. Are you and Mr. Matlala associates? What is the issue? He then said to me, yes, we are. So I asked him, but you never told me this. He said, yeah, look, I don't think it was important for you to have met this man through me. And that was his stance. He said, look, I didn't want to introduce you to Mr. Matlala. I said, why? He just said, no, I didn't want to introduce you to Mr. Matlala.
At a certain point, Mr. Matlala must have established that you and Mr. Mamela knew each other.
Not that he told me of, unless Mr. Mamela discussed it with him.
Well, your Morgan sorted email suggests that he knows that you know who Morgan is.
Yes, remember, he then said, I must make a payment to Morgan Mamela.
And at that point, did he not know that you knew Mr. Mamela?
Well, he also played to me as if he didn't know that me and Mr. Mamela are friends.
So, from your perspective, someone was asking you to make a payment to a third party who, as far as you were aware, they regarded as a complete stranger to you. So when you were asked to pay Mr. Mamela, Mr. Matlala didn't give any indication that he knew that you and Mr. Mamela were friends?
No, between the two of them, and I observed this, they did not raise how deep their relationship was to me. They did not.
But Mr. Mamela was also calling you at the same time and pressurizing you to get Mr. Matlala to pay him. What was he saying in that regard?
No, he said he's asked this man to give him money, so this man needs to pay him this monies. He's aware that this man is going to pay me, and I should then please give him the money once I receive it.
So, but by this stage, this is after August 2024. It's well after August 2024. It's February 2025. So by this stage, you have discussed with Mr. Mamela that you're now in business with Mr. Matlala. And he said, well, I didn't think it was important for me to introduce you. Didn't want to introduce you to him. But he now, in February, starts calling you and saying, Mr. Matlala is going to pay you, you must pay me. Is that what happened?
They had an arrangement, or Mr. Matlala, he asked to borrow money from Mr. Matlala. I don't know what it was exactly. But according to him, Mr. Matlala needed to pay him. Either money is owed or money is borrowed. I just can't remember what it was. But yes.
So you can't remember whether this was money that was being borrowed or money that was being paid out as an amount due to Mr. Mamela?
Yes, it's either a loan, I can't remember.
Can I take you to some other chats in relation to yourself, Mr. Matlala, and Mr. Mamela? Do you recall in January 2025 there was an exchange between you and Mr. Maumela, and Mr. Matlala, in which he asked you to check how far payment was.
Can we go to the document?
Yes, we can. The document is on page 4.
Page 4 of, okay.
File 1, the evidence bundle.
Yes.
And we went through this yesterday. You get called on the 30th of January by Mr. Matlala, Salam brother, can you please check with your guys how far is the payment? You come back saying checking. He says, and you say, we'll revert. He says, okay, thanks. Next morning, you say, morning, they say payment is done, I'm waiting for the remittance. If we go at this point to page 538, that's file 2.
Sorry, I'm just struggling here. One
No
second.
problem.
Five.
538.
I'm on 414407.
Does your file not go to 538? File 2? Possibly in a supplementary file?
Yeah.
So at 538, we see that on the same day, the 31st of January, after you've said, I'm waiting for the remittance, and in fact, after Mr. Matlala has responded, okay, I'll be waiting, and has asked you, you're winning with the remittance, which was at 15:15 on the 31st of January. A minute later, he sends a screenshot of that chat to Mr. Maumela. You see that?
Yes,
this
I
is
see that.
this is his chat with Mr. Maumela.
Yes.
And the date is the 31st and the time is 15:16:10. So he is copying his chat with you to Mr. Maumela.
I have no idea why you do that.
Well, let's go further. If we go back to page 5, you see 40 seconds after he sent the screenshot to Mr. Maumela, which ends with you winning the remittance, you winning with the remittance, you responded, not yet. He sent that screenshot at 15:16:10. You respond at 15:16:52, 42 seconds later. And then you say, the lady and sisters paid, I'm just waiting for some proof. We go back to 539, and we see that after you have answered his question, you're winning with the remittance, and you've said, not yet, the lady and sisters paid, I'm just waiting for some proof. He emails that chat to Mr. Maumela. So he's now emailed to Mr. Maumela an updated version of his chat with you.
Emailed or?
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp, yes.
WhatsApp. And straight after WhatsApping to Mr. Mamela at 15:29:23, we go back to 5. He says at 15:29:46, he says to you, okay, we'll see when it appears in the account.
Yes,
So he's having a conversation with you, and he is essentially copying that conversation as it develops to Mr. Mamela.
I see that, yes.
And you have no idea why he would be
I
doing that.
have no idea. It's the first time I'm seeing this. I don't know why I would take my chats and pass them over to Mr. Mamela.
I see. Let's look at a second instance of this. Can we go to page 11? And there we see at the top of page 11 on the 18th of March, at 10:22 and 10:23, there are calls from Mr. Madlanga to you. And at 10:40, you respond saying, Salam, I'll call you at 12. And he immediately responds to you at 10:41, saying WLKM SLM, which I understand to be Wa Alaikum Salam.
Yes.
If we then go to 5:44, we see that as soon as he has said Wa Alaikum Salam to you, he again WhatsApps a screenshot of that chat, which just shows 2 empty voice calls, Salam, I'll call you at 12, Wa Alaikum Salam, to Mr. Mamela. And if we go down, we see at 10:41:43 there is an immediate response from Mr. Mamela. He calls Mr. Madlanga back. You see that?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what you were discussing on 18 March 2025 that may have been of such importance that Mr. Mamela wanted to screenshot that exchange? Sorry, Mr. Madlanga wanted to screenshot that exchange to Mr. Mamela, and Mr. Mamela immediately responded to the screenshot of what just says voice call, Salam, I'll call you at 12. He immediately responded. Any recollection of what you would have been talking about on 18 March?
No, I don't know why he was sending Mr. Mamela my screenshots. I can't recall of anything important that we were discussing with Mr. Madlanga.
Well, let me try to jog your memory. If you go to 5:43, you will see that almost immediately after your voice calls with Mr. Madlanga, which were at 10:22, those voice calls that we just saw on the screenshot, a series of visitor codes to Zimbali Estate. Well, were WhatsApped from Mr. Mamela to Mr. Madlanga. That help you remember anything?
No, I don't know. I don't know why he was sending him Zimbali. I've never been in, at this point I was not even in Zimbali.
You weren't in Zimbali?
Yes, yes.
No.
But I don't know why he was sending him these.
No, he wasn't sending them to you.
Yes, he was sending them to, yes. So,
Mr. Mamela sends them to Mr. Madlanga.
Agreed, but I have no idea why these were sent.
Okay. Well, the evidence will be that one of these entrance codes that Mr. Mamela sent to Mr. Madlanga immediately before those calls, those voice calls to you that were then screenshot and WhatsApped to Mr. Mamela, one of those entrance codes was forwarded by Mr. Madlanga to General Cele and was then used by General Cele to enter the Zimbabwe estate. So at 10:41, when Mr. Madlanga WhatsApped Mr. Mamela your exchanges, saying that you would call at 12, it seems that they knew that Mr. Madlanga was likely to be meeting with General Cele at the time. Was any of this discussed with you?
No, nothing. I know nothing about this. Any meetings, I knew nothing about this. Not at all.
You didn't know about that?
Not at all.
And in due course, you did call back at 12:28. We see that at 11. Go back to page 11.
Yes. Yes.
And you have no recollection of what transpired in that call?
I can't recall what we were talking about. But
And no one mentioned anything about General Cele to you?
I knew nothing about this meeting.
But what it does appear is that Mr. Mamela and Mr. Madlanga knew that Mr. Madlanga would be meeting with General Cele at the time that you were likely to call. And they didn't seem to make any attempt to stop your call. Have any comment on that?
Yes, but it was definitely not related to General Kelly. I did not know about this meeting. Not
You
at
didn't
all.
know about that?
No, I did not know about this meeting.
Let's go to another issue in relation to Mr. Mamela. In your witness statement at page 5, paragraph 47, you talk about that interdict.
What paragraph?
Paragraph 47, page 9 statement.
You said 5.
I apologize, page 9.
Page?
Page 9.
File 1.
Perhaps,
Of the witness statement file.
sorry, Mr. Chaskalson, I see from the heading it's a totally different subject. May I just ask 2 or so questions around the issue of the payment? Mr. Karim, you'll remember that yesterday I asked you, and I think Commissioner Baloyi also asked you questions along the same lines. I asked you as to why Mr. Madlanga had not paid directly to Mr. Mamela. And I think you didn't really have an explanation for that. Am I correct?
No, I did, Counsel.
You did. All right. What was
I
the
did,
explanation?
Commissioner.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
said he insisted. And I said to him on numerous occasions, you can do it yourself. You can pay this money.
Yes.
Why do you want me to pay this money? He said, look, you need to help me. You need to pay this money. I'm under pressure. I need to pay him this money. And that was the explanation that he gave me.
That's not really an explanation. That's just an insistence that you must do it instead of him. So it doesn't really explain why you and not him. So I guess that's why I was saying, and you didn't really have an explanation.
Yes.
Yes. Now, it seems to me that this gets complicated in the sense that Mr. Mamela, I'll paraphrase, of course, I will not use the exact words that you used, You said something like, Mr. Maumela said to you, this man had to pay him, and that you must pay him after you've been paid. Am I correct? Is my paraphrase correct?
No, I'm saying the arrangement was between them. And once Mr. Matlala,
I'm talking about, am I correct that there was communication between you and Mr. Maumela in relation to the payment? Am I
yes, but
correct?
before that, him and Mr. Matlala were discussing the payment.
Yeah. But now I'm talking about...
Me and Mr. Maumela, yes.
Yes, yes. And as I say, I mean, I took cryptic notes, but what I captured was you said something like, this man being Mr. Matlala, must pay must pay Mr. Maumela. And also that once you have received payment from Mr. Matlala, you must then pay Mr. Maumela. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yes. So I'm saying this, in a sense, gets complicated in addition to the questions I asked yesterday. I'm wondering, in my mind, Mr. Maumela already knows that he's going to be paid out of monies that have been paid to you. And I'm wondering, why is he not saying to Mr. Matlala, pay me? And did you ask, why must it be this secateurs? Why must it, instead of the direct payment, let me, as Mr. Karim, just get my money, and that's it. I have nothing to do with you. Get your money directly from Mr. Matlala. Do you have any idea why it had to be secateurs?
Like I said, Commissioner, I kept on saying to them.
Now I'm addressing between you and Mr. Maumela now.
It had to go. I agree that rightfully Mr. Matlala had to pay him, but like I said, they put me under pressure for me to have paid him. And I think I didn't refer to a document yesterday, and if I can just take you to this document on the messages.
Yes.
So he wanted me to pay him, and at the same time, if we can just go to the messages.
Which page?
When he called me to make this payment, he then called me and said, look, I've got more invoices in. I think those invoices.
You are talking Mr. Matlala
Yeah,
now.
Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
So in order for him to make me or to force me to pay, he said to me, there's another 13 million rand going to be paid. So please, if you can pay this, and I'll see you good on the next payment. Because at that point, I was still asking, why don't you pay it directly? You can't pay it directly. He said, no, you must pay him. Please help me pay.
It would have been much easier and quicker for Mr. Matlala to pay directly to Mr. Maumela. I'm sure you would agree.
Yes, I agree. But
Yes, yes. And did you ask Mr. Maumela why the payment had to be secateurs?
according to him, he said that was the instructions from Mr. Matlala that the payment will come via me.
But did you ask Mr. Maumela?
Yes, I asked him, why don't you ask Mr. Matlala to pay you?
To pay you
Yes, to
directly.
pay you. Why is he paying me? He said, no, Mr. Matlala said, you're going to make the payment, so that's why I'm calling you. Please, when you receive this money, make my payment.
But that doesn't answer the question, but why me instead of directly? Did you ask that?
I've asked him. Like I've said, I've asked Mr. Maumela, Mr.
Yeah, you see, thing is, being told that Mr. Matlala said he will pay you and you will pay me doesn't answer the question, but why is the payment not direct? Do you get what I mean?
Yes,
Did you ask why is the payment not
I
direct?
did ask. I just didn't get a response from Mr. Matlala was just insistent. He would just be insistent. He would say, please, you just have to do this. He would not even give a reason. And I asked him, you can make this payment directly. You don't need me to pay him. Why must I pay him? And he gave Mr. Maumela the same story and said, just call Karim and tell Karim to make the payment once he
So
gets it.
you basically have no explanation from Mr. Matlala. You also have no explanation from Mr. Maumela. Did you not become suspicious of all this?
No, Mr. Matala's explanation, like I said, he either owed, I can't remember correctly, either owed or loaned, something to that effect.
Earlier I asked you, and what you said was not really an explanation, and I said to you in so many words when we commenced with this debate, I said, but that was not an explanation.
Yes, he didn't give me an explanation,
So,
Commissioner.
yeah, so my question then is, you have no explanation from Mr. Matlala, you have no explanation from Mr. Maumela. Did you not become suspicious about this secretar's mode of payment and why it had to be so?
Yes, I did, but like I said, on Mr. Matlala's instructions, there was more money to come. So I didn't want to upset him so that I don't get money on the next payment.
So you say you did have a suspicion. What was that suspicion?
No, the suspicion was that why would he not pay directly? Why would he want to pay me?
What was the nature of the suspicion that
No,
you had? What did you suspect?
No, I just suspected between the two of them, why were they using me? They could have just dealt directly. And then Mr. Matlala then says to me, look, there's another payment coming in of 13 million. I'll see you good there, so please just do this for me, and when the next payment comes in, I'll sort you out.
And then despite that suspicion, you just went ahead and paid as requested by Mr. Matlala.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You were referring to the chats. Are you referring to the chats of the Morgan sorted payment, which are on page 7?
No. Can we just go back to your question? We were busy with we were busy with the chats.
No, I'm just following up on the question the chair's asked you at this stage and your answer to the chair. So you said at the start of your answer you wanted to refer to the chats, and you talked about a call that you had with Mr. Matlala, and if I understood your evidence correctly, that was the call where Mr. Matlala said, just do this and now there's more money coming, I'll pay you out of the next payment.
Yes, I was going back to the issues of, I think, was it the chats between Morgan and between Mr. Maumela and Mr. Matlala.
Which chat? So there was the chat in relation to invoicing at the end of January, and then there was the chat that happened to be on the same day that Mr. Matlala met General Pele at Mr. Maumela's house in Zimbabwe. Which of those chats were you referring to?
Now, I wanted to go back to where Mr. Matlala then sends me a payment screenshot on the 7th of March.
Look at page 6. Is that the screenshot you're looking for? The one that shows the payments that are going to reflect on the 4th?
No, I was going to the one of the 7th of March on page 8.
Yes.
Where he mentioned to me that these payments are coming, and then he then sends me the screenshot of those payments coming.
And what were you, I just didn't understand your reference to it. What
No,
were you
I was just trying to say
point out?
that the reason I made that payment was because he dangled this in front of me and said, here's more money coming, make this payment for me.
But which payment are we talking about now?
I'm saying he knew already I'm talking about here when we go back to the 4th of Feb.
Yes,
That's the first payment.
yes. But that screenshot is sent to you on the 7th of March after you paid sometime after you paid 500,000 rands to Mr. Mamela.
Yes, but I'm saying, sorry, Council, I'm saying he knew about this payment then already. So he called me about this payment of 13 million and said, there's a payment of 13 million coming. And I was like, can you send me something? And as time went on, I said to him, you said I must pay Mr. Mamela and there's money coming. You have to reimburse my money. That's when he sent me this screenshot to try and convince me in March that money is coming.
But then after you've seen that screenshot, he asks you to pay more to Mr. Mamela.
Yes, another 250.
Yes, and you do.
Yes, because he then says to me, I'm giving you money, here's money coming. If you can recall, Council, yesterday I said the initial amount they wanted me to pay was 750, which I refused on that first payment.
Yes, I understand that, but if I understood your evidence correctly now, what you were saying is he offered you the prospect of more money coming so that you could pay Mr. Mamela the 500 that you'd now agreed to pay, and he would give you back that 500 and more with your further payments.
Yes, he said that, but he didn't give it back to me.
Yes, but then why in the face of that, when the next payment comes through and is only 1 million, so you're now in a net position where that payment is really only 500,000 because 500,000 of it really has already been paid by you to Mr. Mamela. Why do you go ahead and then pay half of your net proceeds to Mr. Mamela, 250?
It was 250 from a million, so it was not half.
No, but 500 of the million, 500 of the million was what you were owed from the first payment, was it not?
Yes, when I asked him, he then said to me, I'll make a follow-up payment, which didn't happen. And then he then said to me, I think if we can go to page 9, is it the 10th of March? This was the 7th. There's another one here also related to payments.
Are you talking about the screen at 1743 on the 10th of March?
Yeah, at the bottom there. He then says to me, no, that's still coming in. That will be still in the system and I'll see you good.
Mr. Karim, I don't want to traverse ground that we traversed yesterday, but when we dealt with this stuff yesterday, I put it to you that you don't strike me, one, as a naive businessman, two, as a businessman who lets people walk all over you. And your response to that, and I must say, I was convinced, I found it an honest response and a response that I accepted, was yes, but I now was a bit scared because I had seen press reports and I had seen press reports. I didn't know if they were true or not, but I was scared. They may have been true. I wanted to protect my family and myself. Now, is that what your evidence is? Is your evidence that you paid Mr. Mamela the 500 and the 250 principally because you were scared not to comply with what Mr. Matlala was telling you to do?
Yes, I was, Council.
Because then I think let's just be clear about that. And promises of future money and the like, they're not really convincing. And I can accept that answer. I would also have been scared.
Okay, thank you.
But I now want to go back to the Mamela relationship. And if we go to page 9 of your statement, you talk about this Brown Mokhotsi Foundation interdict.
Yes.
And you say at paragraph 47, Brown approached me for financial assistance regarding litigation to review and set aside a tender that was prejudicing the people of the Northwest. I agreed to assist them financially because businesses in the Northwest are consistently overlooked when tenders are awarded, despite tender documents that award points to Northwest-based business. This doesn't contribute to economic growth from the Northwest. I'm from the Northwest, and this is a matter I care deeply about. So what you're saying is that the contribution to the Brown, your funding of the Brown Mokgotsi Foundation interdict was really because you're wanting Northwest money to stay in the Northwest.
That's correct.
Now, if we go to page 507, we see that although the litigant in this case was the Brown Mokgotsi Foundation, your payments didn't go to the Brown Mokgotsi Foundation, they went to Gotle Specialists. Is there a reason why you didn't pay the litigant? You paid, as it were, the principal officer of the litigant's wife, or the wife of the principal officer of the litigant. Why were these payments channeled through Gotle? Why did they not go straight to Brown Mokgotsi Foundation or indeed to the attorneys?
Brown Mokgotsi Foundation didn't have a bank account, according to what Mr. Mokgotsi said. He then asked me to please put these funds into Gotle Specialist and that he would transfer them to the attorneys, Tao Matsimela attorneys.
So this was an indirect payment which was made because you understood that Brown Mokgotsi Foundation didn't have a bank account.
That's what he told me.
That's what you'd been told. Why didn't you pay directly to the attorneys?
Because I needed to show, Brown said to me they are going to refund me this money. He was approached by a few business forums, and together they would then refund this money at a later stage. So I then agreed to give it via his vehicle that he chose so that he can be the responsible person.
Now, if we go to page 511, we see the judgment in the case. It's a judgment of Brown Mokgotsi Foundation versus MEC for Health and Mediware. Mediware was the successful tenderer that was interdicted. Is that correct?
Counsel, if you go into my statement, I clearly say there, I said to Brown, I'll assist them, but I don't want to be part of the litigation. So I'm not aware, I don't know about Mediware and who he was taking to court.
So you would assist, you weren't even aware that whether Mediware was a local company or not?
No, I did not get involved in the actual litigation. I said to him, I don't want to be part of the litigation, and they went ahead with this. I was not party to this.
So you put up funds for litigation to protect local businesses without even knowing whether the successful bidder was a local business?
Like I said, I did not want to be part of the litigation, so I did not want to check I did not even check who's going to court, who's not going to court.
But Mr. Karam, considering what you say in your statement, the reason for providing financial assistance is to make sure that business stays in the Northwest. I would expect that you would have looked at who is the winning bidder, because your interests, your declared interest in paragraph 48 is to make sure that that kind of business stays in the Northwest.
Yes, he approached me. He didn't give me details. He just said to me, there's these business forums. There were 3 or 4 business forums with him on the day of the meeting. They all requested that I assist them. And I said, okay, it's fine, I'll assist you, but I don't want to be part of the litigation. I'll assist you and you guys can then proceed. And they then agreed with Brown that they'll use his foundation.
Yes. No, I've heard you say you didn't want to be involved in the litigation. I've heard that part. I'm asking a different question, following up on what Mr. Chaskalson is discussing with you, that in paragraph 48, you say you provide assistance because you want business to stay in the Northwest. It must be business granted to Northwest-based businesses. That's what you say. So what I'm putting to you is that you surely would have satisfied yourself that this is, the winning bidder is not a Northwest business.
Brown just told me it's a company from outside. I agreed with him and I assisted them with the funds.
So you knew it was a company from outside?
That's what he told me.
Yes, so you knew that?
That's
From
according
what Brown
from
told
Brown.
you.
Well, from what Brown told me, yes.
Thank you.
I knew that.
Now, did Brown ever meet with you and Mr. Mamela?
No.
You say no. Because after your evidence yesterday, Mr. Mogotsi called us up and said he had in fact met with you and Mr. Mamela shortly after this tender. You have no recollection of that?
No.
You have no recollection or you deny that meeting
I
happened?
did not meet with Mr. Mamela and Mr. Mogotsi.
Okay.
So you deny that such a meeting took place?
Yes.
Do you know who Alu Construction is, A-L-O-O?
No.
Can I take you to page 399? Maybe 398 is where to start. A company of Mr. Mamela. Were you aware of that? A company of Mr. Mamela. Were you aware of that?
No.
You weren't. Alu Construction was also one of the losing bidders in the Mediware tender that you funded, that was interdicted with your money. Were you aware of that?
No.
You see, Mr. Karim, I find this quite difficult to believe because this interdict is an interdict that is funded over the period August and September. Well, let's go back to the dates. Your payments, your first payment comes in on the 10th of August.
Which document?
Page 507. Your first payment to Gotle is on the 10th of August, and your second payment is on the 19th of September.
Yes, I see that.
You see that? Yes. Now, your evidence yesterday was that over the period August to October 2023, you and Mr. Mamela were busy putting together a joint venture in a chrome mining operation. You recall that?
Yes.
And you'd already become friends because you purchased his house the previous year in 2022.
Yes.
So, what you're saying to us today is that in August and September 2023, you put up funds to interdict the award of a tender to a party other than Mr. Mamela's company who had lost the tender, and you successfully interdicted that, or your funds successfully contributed to the interdicting of that award. You were engaged in a joint venture with Mr. Mamela at the same time, a 50 million rand joint venture about a chrome mine. You had become friends because he had sold the house to you. But you had no idea that this interdict that you were running in the Northwest just happened to assist his company, Alu Construction, to have another attempt at winning the tender. Is that your evidence?
Yes.
I'm afraid I have to put it to you that that evidence is false.
No, sir, that's not what happened.
So Mr. Mamela never mentioned to you that in your backyard he was bidding for a contract with the Department of Health?
No, he didn't.
And you just weren't aware when you put up this money to fund the litigation that just happened to be of great assistance to Mr. Mamela, that you were helping out your good friend and current business partner? You weren't aware?
No.
I see. I'm going to move away from Mr. Mamela now, so if there are any questions that anybody wants to ask, well, then let me move. Can we go back now to discuss your arrangements with Mr. Matlala around the Medicare contract? You deal with them in your statement from paragraph sorry, if you can just bear with me for a minute. Version in your statement about your arrangement with Mr. Matlala was that this was, and it's in paragraphs 11 and 12 on page 3 of your statement. It was a relatively simple agreement. You advanced 10 million. You will be repaid, you'll get a return of an additional 10 million over the 3-year contract, and repayments will take the form of 10% of all payments. And you explain the monies that you advanced in respect of that agreement. That was the version in the statement. You said that you had no relationship with Mr. Matlala, or no commercial relationship with Mr. Matlala before. So you were dealing with him in a commercial context for the very first time.
Yes.
Yes. And he made an unsolicited approach to you for the money.
And
An unsolicited approach to you. It's not that you approached him, he approached you.
he approached me, yes.
And on what? How did he introduce himself? How did he say he came to you?
I explained that yesterday, Council.
Yes. You just say he knew you from the security industry and he arrived up in a Rolls Royce.
No. I said he contacted one of my security personnel who's on the website and requested my number there.
Yes. So it was, he knew you from the security industry, which is how he at any rate said that he came to you. You took no security for your loan, the 10 million that you were lending. There was no security.
No.
No. You didn't conclude a written contract in respect of the loan. We've covered this yesterday. I'm just setting up the curious features of this. That was the version that we saw in the statement. But it turned out that the statement didn't describe the whole story because you amplified considerably in your evidence. Your first piece of amplification was that you explained that for a while Mr. Matlala asked you for help with an accountant.
That was much later into the contract, much later. It was around October.
October. So he asked you for a help with an accountant to assist him with his business, and that was in October.
End of October, yeah.
Yes. But you didn't mention that in your statement.
Yeah, that was not in my statement. Yes.
Is there any reason why you didn't mention it?
No, there's no reason.
And you said that you had Mr. Mohammed sitting on a board committee of Medicare 2024 for a while to look after your interests.
It wasn't on the board. It was a finance committee.
A finance committee. So it wasn't the board itself. Was it a committee of the board or just a committee, an executive committee?
No, finance committee looking at invoices going to SAPS.
So he was looking at invoices going to SAPS, and he was there to protect both of your interests in that regard.
Yes.
And we saw, but that was also not mentioned in the statement. Is there any reason you didn't mention it in the statement?
No reason.
No reason. And we saw Mr. Madlanga expressly asking you for help with invoicing when you'd already gone off to Cape Town for the January 8th celebrations. You recall that?
He was not asking for help with invoices. At that specific time, Mr. Madlanga needed more funding. He wanted a meeting so that he could show me how much invoices are going in so that he could get a top-up. At that time, he was looking for an additional 10 million rand.
Now, let's look at that message, because I don't think that answer is consistent with the message. Go to page 2. His message to you is at 7:01:41. It's the green message on page 2. Salam, brother. Now is the time to start invoicing. Was wondering if I can see you before we send invoices. I can even come to your place. Please advise. He wanted to see you before he sent the invoices.
Correct. He wanted to show me what he's going to be submitting, how much invoices he's going to be submitting, and then show me that that's why he needed the additional funding, because we're going to have to wait for this money again, and he needed to service and pay more of his subcontractors.
But if that was all that he wanted to do, why did he need to see you, and why did he need to see you before he sent the invoices? Why didn't he just show you the invoices?
He needed to come because he asked me over the phone for the money. I said no. He said, so can I please come see you? Can I please come and show you what I need to do or what I'm going to be doing? This is what I'm doing. Can I come? He wanted a face-to-face meeting for that.
I can understand why he might have wanted a face-to-face meeting, but surely he'd have been in a better position on that face-to-face if he'd already sent invoices.
He wanted to show me. That's what he told me.
So you're saying he wasn't asking for help with invoices in this message?
Even when Mr. Mohammed sat on his committee, Mr. Mohammed was not in charge of assisting with the invoices, only to sit there and have a look and see what they're doing. We had absolutely no access to his invoicing, myself and Mr. Mohammed.
So what do you think Mr. Mr. Madlanga was wanting to show you? Was he wanting to show you draft invoices?
He wanted to show me all the invoices, the amounts of all the invoices that he was going to submit.
And what did you expect to see?
Invoices.
Invoices that hadn't been sent?
I'm not sure if he had sent them or not sent them yet.
Well, he hadn't sent them because he says before we send invoices.
Sorry, Mr. Chaskason. Mr. Karim, this discussion about this additional loan that you say this is what this WhatsApp message was about, when did that discussion happen?
It started around December when he wanted more funding.
Okay. And you say it started in December and continued when?
Continued-
When before this WhatsApp message?
Yeah, he continued post this message as well. He was looking for more funding.
Yes. You see, I'm asking because on that page 2, you have an afternoon. You send him afternoon on the 30th of December, and the next thing that happens in the series of communication is that WhatsApp message on the 7th of January. So there's no intervening communication between the two of you that accords with the explanation you are giving now about this WhatsApp message. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand, Councillor. Commissioner.
You say, you explain this WhatsApp message of the 7th of January as being about him wanting to talk to you about a loan. And what I'm saying to you, what I'm not seeing is a trail of communication between the 30th of December, which was the last message from you in 2024, where you say afternoon, and the next message from him on the 7th of January. There's nothing in between the two communication or pieces of communication which accords with your explanation or your attempted explanation of the message of the 7th. I would have expected to see either missed telephone calls in between, and then you would then testify and say, well, in those telephone calls, he told me he wanted to come and talk about the 10 million rand. But we don't have that.
There's a call on the 30th.
Yes? What about it?
I'm saying there's a call on the 30th. There was a few calls. We spoke about this additional funding.
Yes.
And I see my messages only start from the 11th of December.
Yes.
But there's many calls prior to this, and I'm sure if we can get his records, and even when he comes here, I'm sure he'll be able to tell you that he really needed extra funding. And he was looking for that 10 million to top up.
Yes. He may well have needed extra funding, and he may well have had that conversation with you, but your explanation of the WhatsApp of the 7th of January, that it was to talk about the funding, it doesn't accord with this series of communication on the 30th of December, and then you get a message that's very specific. He wants to speak to you to see you rather, before he sends invoices. That's what he says to you, and then you say, well, it was about funding. It had to do with the additional funding. I don't understand that explanation. At least it's not reflected in these communications.
He wanted to show me the invoices. We spoke about this. He wanted to show me and say, here's invoices. Let's discuss. I'm sending these invoices in. Can you, based on what I'm sending in, can you then top up so much or so much, because here's the invoices going in.
Yes.
I assisted him in no way to submit
You
any
see,
invoices.
my point exactly, that you know that he wanted to, he's telling you about seeing you before he sends invoices. You know that he wants to show you the invoices because he wants to back up a request for payment, a request for a further loan, but there's nothing in this correspondence that supports that. You are giving an explanation to a message of the 7th, which is not backed up by anything that is on the face of that message.
But that was what transpired. We didn't even meet after that.
But do you accept that this message, on the face of it, it doesn't convey what you're saying? As I understand it, what you're conveying is he wanted to show you these invoices before he sends them off, because he wanted to back up his request for funding, for further funding. That's what you're saying. Do you accept what I say to you? But this message itself, when you read this message together, especially together with your last message to him, there's nothing that backs up that explanation you are giving.
I'm sure when he comes here, he'll be able to back this up. Definitely.
Thank you.
If we go back to what actually happened in the operation of the contract, your evidence yesterday was, although the agreement was that you would get 10% of the income that you were entitled to when SAP started paying in September, you didn't take it because you let Mr. Madlanga keep that because he had cash flow problems.
He wanted to recover his site establishment costs.
Yes, but in terms of your agreement with him, you were entitled to take 10%. You had put up 10 million and you were going to get paid back 10% of all revenue that the contract generated.
Yes.
And you elected essentially to waive that right.
We had a meeting, and in that meeting, we agreed that we'll allow that one to pass. But there were other invoices that were paid, which was not disclosed to me.
Other invoices that were paid when?
I'm not sure, but in between the periods where my people were removed from, or my person was removed. That's what I suspect. I don't have the proof of that, but that's my suspicion.
And have you managed to pin down those dates with better particularity as to when your people were there and when they weren't?
I've requested them. I should be getting those, and I will hand them over to you.
Thanks. If we move on, it says, well, when we move on, we see that when you finally start getting your payments, you agreed to act as a conduit for Mr. Madlanga to pay Mr. Mamela a third of the first payment and a quarter of the gross second payment, which was in fact the same as 50% of the net second payment.
Council, I never said that yesterday. I was given two options by the commissioner yesterday, and I refused to accept that I was a conduit. There were two options given to me yesterday, and if we can go back to the transcripts, I had said I took the first option. I just need to go there and tell you what it was. But I didn't say that I was a conduit.
Well, we can see what the record says yesterday. Let's frame it this way. You agreed to take the payment that Mr. Madlanga made to you of 1.5 million and to spend 500,000 of that paying Mr. Madlanga's debt or loan to Mr. Mamela.
Yes.
Yes. And then when the second payment came in, you paid 250,000 of that to discharge Mr. Madlanga's obligation or to advance a loan on his behalf to Mr. Mamela.
Yes.
And these were not, this had nothing to do with your relationship with Mr. Mamela, it had to do with Mr. Madlanga's relationship with
Yes.
Mr. Mamela. So essentially you took 750,000 of your money to pay to Mr. Mamela at the request of Mr. Madlanga.
It was not my money. I was going to be replaced. It was not my money. He asked me, he said, I'm giving you this money and I'm going to top you up. I'm going to make good on it.
So no, but either it was your money, in which case you weren't a conduit, or it was Mr. Madlanga's money, in which case you were a conduit. Because if it was Mr. Madlanga's money all along, then you were really acting as a conduit for Mr. Madlanga to pay Mr. Mamela. If it was your money, then you have elected essentially to use your own money to pay Mr. Mamela because that's what Mr. Madlanga wants you to do, and you will now have an additional claim against Mr. Madlanga to claim that back.
Mr. Madlanga asked me to pay that monies and said he'll replace those monies.
So, was it Mr. Madlanga's money that you were paying to Mr. Mamela, or do you accept that it was your own money that you were paying to Mr. Mamela?
It was my own money.
So that was the version of how the contract operated when we had regard to your testimony and the statement. But it now seems that you didn't tell us the full extent of your payments. Because the documents that we discovered this morning show that on the 27th of June, there was a 1 million payment from Tasmika, another one of your companies. Well, let's clarify, is Tasmika Construction one of your companies?
Yes.
And did Tasmika pay Medicare 1 million rands on the 27th of June, 1994?
Council, when we received
2024.
Sorry, 2024, okay.
When we received your documents this morning, for me, this was something, I was confused. Because I'd instructed my office to make payments from Ziggy Investments and Tamiz Investments. 5 million from Ziggy, and 5 million from Tamise. When I saw those payments, I then made a call to my office to find out, because the instruction I gave was 5 and 5. And I'm still saying 5 and 5. That payment of the SMICA, I need to go, that's why I asked for more time. I needed to go now and check in my office who actually authorized those payments. Because I've got 2 people in the office or 4 people in the office that deal with payments. I gave them an instruction, I said 5 and 5. At no point did I give them an instruction to pay from the SMICA.
So, are you now saying that that 1 million payment on the 27th of June 2024 was a payment made without your authorization?
I give them instructions, they have access to the bank, they process payments, and they send me.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Karim, but this is a very simple question. Did you or did you not authorize the payment of 1 million rands from Tasmika that was paid on 27 June 2024?
Not the
to
SMICA, not the SMICA.
Did you authorize the payment of 1 million from anyone for payment on the 27th of June?
I give instructions, they authorize payments, they do the payments.
No. We're talking past each other. Did you instruct anybody to pay an additional 1 million rands to Medicare 24 on the 27th of June?
No.
So somebody inside your organization took it upon themselves to pay 1 million rands of your company's money without your knowledge or consent?
Yes, I'm confused. Hence, I said to my legal team that I need to get hold of my office. I need to get the people in my office and find out exactly who authorized that payment, because my instructions were very clear. My investment was 10 million. When these payments came, I then tried to call them this morning. They're working remotely, but I need to find out who authorizes payment from my office and who made this payment from my office.
So who have you tried to call today to find this out?
I phoned my payments manager, Mr. Hein van Vuren.
And have you spoken to him today?
Well, I've tried to get hold of him on 2 or 3 occasions now, and we've been busy in here, so.
Well, you were told about these payments, or at any rate your attorneys were told about these payments sometime around about 6 o'clock this morning, and you were aware of them before we started. Had you tried to get hold of Mr.
Yes.
Van Vuren before we started?
Yes, I've tried.
Then there was an adjournment to 11:45. Have you spoken to him since you first tried to get hold of him?
In consultation with my legal team, we said once we break here, we need to call them, once we break for lunch.
I see. So you still haven't spoken to Mr. Van Vuren?
No, I've called, haven't spoken to him yet.
I see. Well, Chair, we are a couple of minutes before the lunch break. This might be a good opportunity to give Mr. Karim the chance to call Mr. Van Vuren.
The name of Shakira and find out who authorized the name of Shakira and find out who authorized this payment from the SMICA.
Can I just follow up, because I can clarify Commissioner Kumalo's question. If you go to page S3, 3 of your statement bundle.
Yeah. Yes.
There you will see how the 10 million that you refer to there is made up. It's 5 million from Ziggy on 26 June. It's 2.5 million from Tamise on 7 July. It's 1.5 million from Tamise on 15 July, and it's 1 million from Tamise on 24 July. And in Annexure SC1, at the end of your statement, you provide bank statements that show each of these payments that you refer to in 12.1 to 12.3, and those payments add up to 10 million. So the payment of 1 million on the 27th of June was over and above the 10 million. Do you accept that?
It was only brought to my attention this morning.
No, I'm not debating whether you knew about it or not, but I'm asking you, do you accept that it was over and above the 10 million?
I'll have to go and do a recon and check, Councillor. I'm not
Maybe
going
you
to-
can do that recon at lunch while you wait for Mr. Van Vuren to get in touch. But look also at the 1.12 million payment on the 7th of October, because what you'll see when you do that recon is that what you paid to Medicare was not 10 million. It was 12.12 million.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. Apologies for being 1 minute late. Last minute, the legal representatives, including the evidence leaders, wanted to see us.
Chair, are we just continuing at this stage, or are we going to sort out the closing time?
I think the housekeeping matter must be placed on record right away, perhaps.
Thank you, Chair. My attorney and the witness have made arrangements to go to Mecca and Medina. I believe they're traveling tomorrow. So they've asked for an indulgence if we can finish a little earlier to get their arrangements in order. And I think what was mooted was 2:45 or 3 o'clock, if the Commission will grant that indulgence.
Between 2:45 and 3 o'clock, would 3 o'clock work?
We'll
Thank
take
you.
3 o'clock.
Thank you. 3 o'clock is better. Mr. Chaskalson?
Chair, I'm in the Commission's hands. Whatever, I certainly don't want to interfere with.
Thank you.
the
3
Royal
o'clock it
Commission.
is then. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Chaskalson?
Thank you, Chair. Did you manage to get hold of Mr. Van Vuren? Is it Mr. Van Vuren?
Yes, Council.
And what were you able to establish?
They're going to look into it. They're looking into the matter. It was 2 years ago. I just got hold of him. Like I said, the offices are closed, but I said he needs to quickly get hold of the other person and try and see exactly who authorized that payment.
So, but you know you didn't authorize that payment.
No.
So what we have is a situation where over and above the 10 million that you instructed to be paid in accordance with your agreement with Medicare 24 Tswani, there was a payment of 1 million from Tasmika on the 27th of June 2024, and there was another payment of 1.12 million on the 7th of October 2024. Is that correct?
The second one is
1.12, 1,120,000. Is that correct?
Yes, those are the payments, yes.
Yes. So the total amount from your companies paid to Medicare 24 was in fact 12,120,000, not 10 million.
That's what I established now.
And your evidence is that you first became aware of the extra 2,120,000 from Tasmika today, when the Commission drew to your attention.
This morning when I woke up from my morning prayers, my attorney alerted me about this.
Right. So, does anybody other than you have authority to issue instructions for payments of 1 million and more out of Tasmika's account?
There isn't, but people have access.
No, there's a separate question. The people who have access, I understand you can process banking transactions, but does anyone have authority to issue the instruction? On behalf of Tasmika, you will pay 1 million.
Only I issue instructions.
Only you. So anybody who made this payment or these two payments without your knowledge was misappropriating money from Tasmika's account.
I'm now made aware of that, Council.
One good thing to come out of this commission for you is that you've been alerted to the fact that people have stolen 2.12 million from you.
I just had that discussion with my counsel now. I'd like to thank the Commission for that.
But let me just understand this. Where would that person have gotten bank details to pay Medicare 24? I mean, they could only have got that from you, since they have not had any interaction with Mr. Madlanga. Somebody who paid from Tasmika's account into Medicare 24, this 2.1 million or 2.2 million.
Commissioner, when you have these accounts, it's a joint account. So those beneficiaries are shared amongst all those. So I assume that's where this problem came from.
Thank you.
Mr. Karim, does it mean that you're not a nominated signatory to the Tasmika account?
Commissioner, I have about 10 accounts that I deal with. So most of these accounts, I give it to my office to deal with. I don't deal with payments because I'm mostly on the road and I don't have time to make payments. So I delegate these payments to a certain team in my office. I am the nominated person, but they have all the details, they have all the login details.
You are a nominated signatory to
Yes.
the account. Okay, thank you.
And do you receive payment notifications from that account?
With FNB, from time to time, you might get an email, you might get an SMS. It's not consistent. It either comes via an email or it either comes via an SMS.
But is it possible that a transaction for 1,120,000 might go off the Tasmika account without any notification to you?
Council, it's possible. Sometimes I'm on the mine, messages don't come through, there's no networks. It's quite deep into the rural area, so there is a possibility.
No, I understand that you might not get a contemporaneous message because the signal's down. But when you go back into the land of signal, that message ought to be delivered to you.
Yes, but at that time, remember, it's not only bank messages coming in. There'll be a lot of people trying to call you, so it's multiple of messages. I just don't look at them. I don't go to the messages.
I see. Now, Mr. Karim, you certainly don't strike me as a sleepy businessman. Have you managed to lose 2 million in your bank accounts before? Has that ever happened to you before?
Council, these days, and I've been looking at a lot of the companies, there's a lot of siphoning going on. There's a lot of money being lost in accounts, a lot.
It's a separate question I'm asking. Has anyone ever made a payment of 1 million rands in one payment out of your account without your noticing?
No,
Not your knowledge, at any rate.
not my knowledge, yes.
And of course, no one's made a payment of 1.12 million rands out of your account without you seeing it.
Yes, and that also sounds like a very, 1120 doesn't sound like a payment that I would instruct to make.
Yes, it's a payment that attracts attention. 1,120,000, is it not?
Correct.
Are you a director? What's an official relationship other than a shareholder? What other relationship do you have?
I'm the
Is it-
director.
You're a director. And the company does prepare financials. You would expect something like this to have been picked up by whoever prepares financial records?
Well, if it's not, if they don't pick up, if it's not suspicion and went off the bank accounts, the accountants will continue and process with the payments because they would have thought I authorized. So accountants work off the bank statement and process according to the bank statement. They will not call me for every transaction.
So they would think you have authorized because you are the person with authority to authorize.
No. They would think that I gave the instruction for payment.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
You are the only person that gives instructions for
Yes.
payment. Thank you.
Yes, but they'd have to know how to enter it in the books. And if they went to the bank statement, they would see, let's look at page 555.
Can our learned friend perhaps just give us a description of the document? I'm sure we have it, because it's just not paginated.
Sorry, I apologize. Do we have, if we go to the June bank statement, have we not?
Are they this morning's documents?
This morning's documents, yes, but can I just clarify, because there was a set that should have been paginated and given to the commissioners and to the witness and to the witnesses' attorneys.
No.
We don't
This
have
morning's
paginated
documents.
set.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairperson, if I could just check, what you're referring to is the Tasmika construction
Yes.
statement.
Yes,
We
I
have
must
it.
apologize to my colleagues for this because I'm told that the witness has a paginated file, the commissioners have a paginated file, but the witness's legal team does not. What we're referring to is the Tasmika, it's this morning's documents, it's the Tasmika construction statement for June. And if we go down to the 27th of June,
Have you managed to locate it, Mr. Banner?
We'll try and follow. Or can we just can we get one of your files and we'll just paginate it quickly?
can we display?
What is the last page of your file two? 544.
Does Medicare June 24? Is that the first one?
My colleague, Commissioner Baloi, is lending you hers.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes. Thank you.
So if we look at the bottom of the page, the only reference for that payment on the 27th of June is F&B app payment to loan. Now, whoever is preparing your accounts, if they're going to prepare the accounts, would need to know who the loan was made to or from. So there'd have to be, so the accountants ought to have asked a question, how do we book this 1 million? How do we describe the loan? Because it doesn't say Medicare 24.
Yes, correct. So,
Uh,
okay.
So, sorry, Mr. Karim, I thought you were about to say something.
No.
So ordinarily, what would happen when your accountant sees a payment of 1 million rands that just says payment to loan and it doesn't describe who that loan is to or from? Who do they ask?
They talk to the office. I've got a lady that captures on the instructions of Mr. Van Vieren.
So someone in the office would then have had to have looked at this 1 million payment to say, account for it this way.
Yes, Mr. Van Vieren would look at it and then instruct the capturer who captures these for accounting purposes and give them the reasons.
And how often are Tasmika's accounts prepared? Do you have 6 monthly accounts, annual accounts? I mean, obviously you're going to have a sort of working accounts, but do you prepare 6 monthly financial statements? Do you prepare annual financial statements?
Annual financial statements.
And Tasmika tenders for local government and provincial contracts, does it not?
Yes,
So it needs audited financial statements.
yes,
So auditors will then have to look at these accounts.
yes.
And an auditor, when is financial year end for Tasmika?
Should be Feb.
Feb.
Yeah.
So this payment would have been financial year end February last year.
Yes.
And do you have audited financial statements for 2025 yet?
I'd have to check with the auditors and the
How long does it ordinarily take for your auditors to prepare audited financial statements?
I have 2 accountants or 3. I just need to check who's looking after this.
No, my question's slightly different. It's how long does it ordinarily take them to prepare audited financial statements? statements? How long do you normally have to wait before you get your
A
financial
couple of
statements?
months. We have to
Couple
wait
of
a
months.
minute, yeah.
By mid-year, you should have financials for the previous February, shouldn't you?
I speak under correction, but yes, around my
So you would... From date of year end. So by now, you ought to have audited financial statements for year end February 2025.
That was last year. Yeah, I'd have to check, yes.
We're 13 months down the line.
Yes, I presume, yes.
So these payments of 1 million on 27 June and 1,120,000 to loan on 7 October seem to have escaped the auditors as well.
Yes, we need to check. That's why I'm saying something doesn't look good here.
No, something certainly doesn't look good here.
Yes, so even for me, that's why I requested more time and a postponement so that I could get to the bottom of this, because this is troubling me now. It's a lot of money, and between Mr. Van Vieren and the capturer, I need to find out what happened here.
It may not just be Mr. Van Vuren and the capturer, because these amounts were paid to Medicare 24. And certainly the October amount, the 1.12 million payment, was paid in a period where either Mr. Kerr or Mr. Mohammed would have had sight of payments into Medicare 24's account.
No, Council, they were not in. Mr. Khair was already removed at that time. Mr. Mohammed got in a bit later.
So this was just in a window between Mr. Khair and Mr. Mohammed.
Yes.
Have you established what those dates are?
I will get them, and they will be sent to you by tonight.
I see. So this 1.12 million payment you believe to have been made in a window between their two periods of oversight of the Medicare 24 accounts.
Yes.
Now, as far as you're concerned, this is an unauthorized payment. It's just money misappropriated from Tasmika.
Yes, I didn't authorize these payments.
So what Medicare 24 owes you, in fact, is not 8.25 million, well, is not 18.25 million. It's actually more than 20 million, because it owes you another 2.12 million. Do you agree with that?
I think after we check and confirm from all these bank accounts, we'll then be able to determine the correct figure.
But as you stand today, your position is that Medicare, or before you were alerted to these payments, your position was that Medicare owed you the 8.25 that it hadn't paid you back, together with the 10 million that it was obliged to pay you over and above what you'd put in. So that was 18.25 was what Medicare owed you.
Correct.
And now it seems to be that there is another 2,120,000 that you paid Medicare and that ought to be paid back to you from Medicare.
From these bank statements, yes.
Before we leave these bank statements, can I ask you to go to the October bank statement? The bank statement of Medicare, not of Tasmika.
And what page is that, Council?
My page is 551. But it's the Medicare bank statement. Maybe let's start on the previous page, 550, where we will see the Tasmika payment. Do you see on 7th of October in the Medicare accounts, there is a payment of 1,120,000. That's the Tasmika payment at the foot of the page on 550.
550.
550, yes. I'm starting with the Tasmika payment.
Yes.
Then if you go to the next page, 551, 9th October, about 7 or 8 lines from the bottom, you'll see that there was a 3 million payment into Medicare, 3 million CR. You see that? F&B OB payment loan.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that 3 million payment?
No, it's the first time I'm seeing this payment. I don't know about that payment.
And do you know anything, so as far as you're concerned, none of your companies have anything to do with that 3 million payment?
Sorry, our learned friend's going a bit quickly for us. 3 million payment on page.
It's page 551, 9th of October. It's,
Thank you.
it's 8 from the bottom. So that payment of a 3 million loan into Medicare 24, you say you know nothing about.
No,
Have you ever made payments through a Hawala system in commercial dealings?
excuse me, can you repeat that?
Hawala payments. Have you made payments through a Hawala system in commercial dealings?
No.
No. And to the best of your knowledge, if we investigate this payment, we won't find a trail back to any of your companies.
I guarantee you, Council.
Well, I don't think you can guarantee it to me because you've just told me 2.12 million went missing out of your accounts without your knowledge.
You said it came via Navala system. I don't use Navala system.
Yes, but it seems that you don't, you can't speak with total authority about what goes in and out of your accounts.
True.
On any scenario, you went into proceedings, or you came to this commission a few days ago thinking that Medicare 24 owed you 18.25 million, plus interest, I would imagine.
No, I said 8.25.
Now, 8.25 is what you put in, but you were supposed to get a return of 10.
Yes, but once the contract was cancelled, I was just wanting to get my capital back.
Now, I know you probably would have been happy to walk away with your capital, but in terms of legal rights, if your agreement is what you say your agreement was, you were entitled to the 10 million over and above what you put in.
Yes.
Why haven't you sued Medicare 24?
So as soon as these things started happening towards around April, May, I had a meeting with my lawyers, and we then agreed that we needed to start the legal process of receiving my monies. We had these discussions around April. In May, we then agreed, yes, we are going to institute legal proceedings. And my attorneys I had briefed to continue to pursue and get my money back.
Sorry, that was April, May last year.
Yes, just before Mr. Madlanga got arrested.
Yes. And what has happened between April, May, and today?
I can get a brief from them and then revert to you with that. We can send you the correspondence.
And what is your claim going to be? How much are you claiming back?
I'm not sure what they agreed to claim back, but I'll check for you. We'll send it to you on an email so that you have it on record.
I see. When I suggested to you that 18.5 million was what Medicare 24 owed you, you said no, sorry, 18.25 million. You said no, it's just 8.25, I just want my money back. Had your attorneys not explained to you that you were entitled to the extra 10 million as well?
Yes, we discussed that, but I don't know what did they do if they finalized on what they were going to claim back.
I see.
Can I just check something? Have you cancelled your agreement with Medicare 24? What became of that agreement?
Commissioner, remember, as I explained, once I received the SLA in October, to get Mr. Madlanga to sign that agreement was a bit of a uphill. He kept on saying, we'll sign, we'll sign. So the agreement with him was, once the SLA is out, we'll sign this funding agreement, and then we'll draw up another agreement. And he just never got to sign this funding agreement.
So are you saying there's no agreement between your company and Medicare 24? What's the legal position as we are sitting here today?
What we have is the proofs of payment that we paid him, and we have this funding agreement that was not signed.
But did you shake hands on it?
Yes, we had
So it's an oral agreement?
this verbal agreement. We shook hands post come the funding agreement.
Thank you.
I just check, Mr. Karam, the accountants of Ziggy and Tamiz, they haven't raised any issue about there being no record of these, record as in agreement, the source of these payments that are huge payments that have been made to Medicare. That's never been an issue with the accountants.
From my instruction to Mr. Hein, on the 5 million, I'm sure that is recorded in my books, yes. It is
Say that
recorded.
again, you say?
They are recorded. These loans are recorded.
Yeah, I'm asking a slightly different question, that you have a 5 million rand amount coming out of the Ziggy account, and there is no agreement, there's no written agreement that explains to an accountant why that money is being paid to Medicare. The same with Tamiz. You don't have a record that explains why that payment is being made to Medicare. Is that not an issue that your accountants would have raised with you?
No.
They did not. Not even the people who prepare your financial statements, not even those. Your
No, we
auditors.
brief them on, obviously they go through the bank statements. Mr. Hein will then brief them, this is a loan, that's a loan, this is going to this is an invoice payment. So he would brief them on what the transactions are.
Yeah, I'm asking a different question. Your auditors have never raised an issue about the absence of a written agreement that authorizes or that explains these payments. The auditors have not done that.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just follow on with that? Because it seems to me that, I mean, Ziggy pays 5 million rands on loan to a company that is ostensibly at arm's length, Medicare 24. Presumably in the books of Ziggy, that amount of 5 million would be reflected as loan Medicare 24, because that's what it says on the bank statement.
Yes, I'm sure the accountants will be able to take and produce that.
But when the auditors come to audit Ziggy's financial accounts, surely they'll ask for an underlying loan agreement in respect of a loan as big as 5 million rands.
They didn't ask for one.
Again, we'd need to speak to those auditors. Who audits Ziggy's financials?
I think I've given you an email address. They're going to give you an email address.
Is it the same auditors for all companies,
Yes.
all of your companies?
Not all. I'll just check who they're handling, but they'll be able to tell you which companies they're looking after.
Thanks. And if they don't look after Ziggy, who do we speak to get an instruction as to who does audit Ziggy's books?
These ones look after Ziggy.
These ones audit Ziggy's
Yeah.
books.
more thing. What's the position between Ziggy and Tamiz? Does Ziggy or does Tamiz owe 5 million to Ziggy or the other way around? What's the position? Because I understood from paragraph 12 of your statement that Tamiz made payments to Medicare on behalf of Ziggy.
So
Is there an underlying agreement?
there's internal loan agreements, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
I want to wait until we get the explanations from Mr. Van Vuren and your follow-up explanation in relation to these payments before I close off this topic. But I will come back to it once we've seen that. And I do, for now, I need to put to you a series of concerns that I have about this agreement between yourself and between Ziggy and Medicare 24. You just need to hear them. I'll ask you for comment later when we see you again. But in fairness to you, you need to know my concerns, which may well also be reflected by among some of the commissioners. My first concern is that, well, my first concern is with the numbers. There is, your version in the statement is a loan of 10 million. It turns out that there were payments of 12.12 million. We need an explanation for where the extra 2.12 million comes from. My second concern is that even on the version on the statement, what you have is a loan of 10 million to a relative stranger without any security, which seems commercially odd to me, to say the least. My second concern is that this loan to a relative stranger without security is not just without security, it's without a written contract. That also seems commercially odd to me. My third concern is that for a party whose stated relationship to Medicare 24 is that of simply lender, it does seem to me that Ziggy or yourself or your companies or your group generally performed a role much more akin to a partnering investor than a lender. You provided accounting support. You had a representative on a finance committee. You agreed to forego your rights on your loan when the money first started to flow in September. You agreed when you were finally paid to pay what seems to have been a debt of Mr. Madlanga out of the monies paid to you. So you agreed to pay a total of 750,000 of the 2.5 million that you were paid. 750,000 of that you paid on to Mr. Mamela. All of these elements concern me, and they, in my view, cast doubt on the correctness or the truth of your version of a loan. And what I want to put to you is what it looks like to me. It looks much more like you were an investing partner in this contract, and that you were an investing partner together with Mr. Mamela, and that while you were in business with Mr. Mamela in relation to a Chrome project, while you were funding an interdict that served to protect Mr. Mamela's company, you might also have been investing with Mr. Mamela in this contract. Because Mr. Mamela keeps on getting screenshots of your communications with Mr. Madlanga. Mr. Mamela gets paid out of your payments from Mr. Madlanga. So those are my concerns, and I think that's what you need to address when you come back. There are two further topics that I could address with you today. Let me first ask you, just get some clarity about, which relates to the Mr. Mamela relationship. You spoke about the origins of your relationship with Mr. Mamela in the house sale, and that you then went into this joint business in relation to a chrome mining operation. You mentioned that you were each going to put in 55 million, and that to raise his 55 million, he had to sell an asset, and he sold it. And you said you got notified that the money had been transferred to the lawyer's trust account from the sale of the asset, and you said you were overjoyed because now you could start the project. When were you notified that the money went into the lawyer's trust account? Approximately when was this?
Sometime in December 23, November.
November, December. And then you say, subsequent to me receiving the funds, Mamela approached you and told you, subsequent to you receiving the funds, Mamela approached you and told you that he's got challenges with his current house, he's paying penalties, he's losing $1 million a month on penalties, so could he please take some of his money and complete his house, then he'd bring back the funds so he could continue with the project. How long was that after you had received the funds?
It was immediately. It was, you mean when did he approach me?
Yes, when did he approach you? You get the funds, you've now got the money in Ziggy.
Yes, that same day he approached me.
The same day he approached you?
Yeah.
So when were the funds paid out? So were the funds in Ziggy for more than a day?
The funds were there for a couple of hours, and that's exactly what my problem was with him. And that's exactly where I had an issue. So I said to him, I've already committed. You cannot backtrack on this. We had a gentleman's agreement. Paperwork is to follow. I've made commitments. People are waiting. This is not acceptable.
But within a couple of hours, you'd paid him the money.
I had to pay him the money. It's his money.
Well, it wasn't actually his money. It was money that he had committed to a joint project with you. So you had a contract with him that he had to put up 55 million.
Yes, a verbal contract.
You had to put up 55 million.
Yes.
And that 110 million was now going to be used for some mining project.
Yes.
But you agreed immediately he put up the 55 million. That, or I think you said it was 56, that he could take his money back.
Mr. Shackleton, if someone comes to you and you're holding that kind of money of theirs and they're sitting in front of you and he says, I'll bring back the money, I want my money back. I had no choice. I said, it's fine. What time frames are we looking at? When will you bring this money back? He said, he's busy with a disposal of another asset. He'll come back to me, but for now he needs to finish his house.
You see, again, one of the things that strikes me as odd about this arrangement is that he sells an asset. The money gets paid into trust at his lawyers. He can instruct those lawyers what to do with that money. He can instruct those lawyers to pay you, or he can instruct those lawyers to pay him. If he wanted the money back, why would he instruct the lawyers to pay you for you to pay the money to him? Why wouldn't he just instruct the lawyers pay me directly?
We'll have to ask him, because the instruction was to pay to me based on the agreement we had on this mining operation.
So he gave you an instruction based on a contract. Well, he gave his attorneys an instruction based on a contract with you. He had a contract with you to pay 55 or 56 million. He told his attorneys, pay 56 million, and no sooner had the 56 million landed than he said, pay me, what was it, 35 million?
No, he requested 40 million at that time.
Sorry, he requested?
40.
40. Again, the arrangement strikes me as concerning, and it strikes me as particularly concerning because it happens 10 days before a preservation order is issued against him by SARS, and at a time when he must have known that SARS were coming after him. Did it not strike you as funny that the money came to you, and then as soon as it came to you, the person who had effectively directed that it be paid to you said, pay it to me?
No, because he committed, and remember, I still had a balance of the money left over with me. He didn't take all his money.
I appreciate that, but he took 35 million out of 56 million.
Yes, he did.
I have another substantive topic to address now, but we're not going to finish before 3 o'clock. So I'd rather get to it when we resume.
Were dates agreed?
What we have at the moment, we just need to find out when. Chair, might I ask if we stand down for a couple of minutes just to find out when Mr. Karim and his attorney return to South Africa and what dates are available thereafter?
We'll adjourn and we'll come back when it's indicated that we should. The legal representative who's traveling and Mr. Karim are excused. Yes, Mr. Shashasin.
Chair, we've agreed on the 16th of April.
Mr. Karim, the hearing of your testimony will be resumed on 16 April 2026. So you must be here on that day. Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn. Good morning, Ms. Hassim.
Morning, Chair. How are you today?
Well, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. We thought we'd give you a small...
Even though I think I did pupillage with you, I've embarrassingly forgotten your name. Please remind me.
Rafik Bana.
Sorry.
Rafik Bana, B-H-A-N-A.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Bana. Good morning, Mr. Premji.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that we had started and I had my back to you. That was totally inadvertent.
I did not even see that, Mr.
Oh,
Premji.
well, now I've just outed myself. I'm sorry about that, Chair.
That's exactly what officers of the court should do. Thank you. Perhaps the starting point is this, the order. I accordingly make the following order. The relief sought in prayers 2 and 3 of the applicant's notice of motion dated 18 February 2026 is refused. The reasons will be handed out hopefully after the T adjournment. I requested the research, the commission's researchers to dot the I's and cross the T's, because I did not have much time to do the editing myself. So I hope it will be ready after the tea break. That is the order.
Chair,
Yeah, the reference should be to 3 and 4. 3 and 4.
yes, thank you, Chair. Chair,
Prayers 3 and 4 of the notice of motion, because we already dealt with 2.
yes.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. Just for the record then, our client is waiting in the new holding pen, and I don't know, I assume the Commission will attend to bringing him down here as and when.
Shouldn't we
Could we adjourn for,
adjourn and wait for an indication that everything is ready?
that would be appreciated, Chair.
Chair, before
Yes,
we may do so, I'm sorry to be so interruptive right out of the starting gate. I understand that my learned friend, I raised an issue with my learned friend regarding the witness and the need for comfort breaks, obviously subject to your discretion. I've explained the reasons to my learned friend, which I will not be reiterating in public in this way. So, safe to say that the personal circumstances of the witness might require comfort breaks and accommodation, and if he indicates as much, then we'll be in your hands, please, Chair.
All right. There's no way we would stand in the way of that. Do you have any idea, based perhaps on the history, in quotation marks, as to what the intervals are like?
Might I take an instruction?
Yes.
Chair, I'm told anywhere between 45 minutes to an hour and a half is the interval period, but obviously extenuating circumstances may mean it's sooner, it may mean it's later, but I think it's just to say it's not going to be every 5 minutes, it's going to be for chunks of time that he might just need to be accommodated.
Let's see how things go.
Thank you, Chair, I'm indebted.
Thank you. Let's adjourn. During the break, it was brought to our attention that there was an altercation inside the auditorium. It has also since been brought to our attention that this is now all over television. For the record, I think in the light of the broadcast, I should bring it to the public that we called all the legal representatives outside, and we were briefly advised as to what had taken place. But most importantly, Mr. Premhid tendered an unequivocal apology to the Commission Secretary, which the Commission Secretary accepted. I think we should leave it there. Thank you all. Mr. Shaskalsin?
Thank you, Chair. If we're going to go on record, I should also...
Yes, Mr. Bana.
Are we simply going on record because there's something that we want to deal with once we're all on record?
Oh, I forgot because there's now an additional counsel. I think there is a need for the formality for you, Mr. Bana, to place yourself on record.
Yes.
Yes.
I am Rafiq Bana, Chair, and I appear with my legal team who will be introduced previously, Mr. Camille Premid and Brandon Casey on behalf of the witness, instructed by Mr. Teo.
Thank you, thank you. Was there an issue you wish to raise?
Yes, I'm not sure what Mr. Chaskelson wanted to deal with. Perhaps he could just deal with what he needed.
Or just a minute. Commissioner Baloyi is saying she got the sense that Mr. Shaskalsin wanted to say something
no,
about...
Chair, if things are going to be said publicly, I need to place on record that I behaved rudely to the legal team of Mr. Karim before that altercation, and I apologize for that.
Thank you very much for the apology. Is it accepted?
Yes, we have no issue with it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks, Commissioner Baloyi, for bringing that to my attention. Yes, Mr. Bana.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to place on record two matters. The first deals with documents that we have been drip-fed since Friday and over the weekend. You will recall, and I was not involved, on the 6th of February, the postponement was caused by late documents that were handed to Mr. Karim's legal team by the Commission's evidence leaders. Following upon that, we received documents on Friday in terms of the directive, and I'll deal with why those documents should not have been produced earlier. In terms
Mr. Bana, may I just raise this? We've seen the correspondence, and may I just find out from Mr. Shaskalsin if he will be referring to or relying on the documents that were served after the postponement, not the supplementary bundle that was to be served on the 6th. The other documents, will you be using those today? Because what I have in mind, so as to save time, because a lot of time has been lost already, what I have in mind is whether it's possible for you to only use that documentation tomorrow and not today.
Chair, if we're talking about the documents, there was one written page and an electronic spreadsheet, which is the underlying source material for a document already in the bundle. I don't intend to refer to either of those today. There was as well, so there were the Friday documents, and then there were 6 pages.
Yeah, I wanted to refer to the 6 pages because I saw reference to 6 pages.
The 6 pages I will refer to today.
Today. Mr. Bana, what do you think would practically cure? But 6 pages, when were the 6 pages served?
On Saturday.
On Saturday.
May I say this? It's not just a question of the number of pages in one spreadsheet. That spreadsheet I haven't even looked at. We received notice of it this morning at 8 o'clock. We asked for hard copies. We understand they're being printed, but people that have viewed it electronically say it's dense information. But whether it's 1 page or 6, consultations are set up with the witness, consultations are held, and despite correspondence from my attorney saying, please don't drip feed us with documents, documents just keep appearing with no explanation as to why they were not given. In fact, even the Friday documents, it's clear the Commission was in possession of that ages ago. They could have been included when we were given the bundle on the 6th February. Instead, they were not. And attitude was taken, we'll see what's in your statement, and then we'll decide to give you the documents. That's a classic ambush. Giving us documents on the morning when we're traveling to court is a classic ambush. And it's no comfort to say we won't use those documents today, we'll deal with them tomorrow. We're all under constraints. Most of the legal team are fasting. It's Ramadan. The witness is fasting. We have a full day here. There's no time for after-hours consultation. And we've then got to deal on the hoof, so to speak, with documents that could have been provided. The Commission knew it was going to be using this. When I say the Commission, I obviously refer to the evidence leaders. And it's not acceptable where this rule of fairness is just ignored, and we're given documents. A letter was literally written at noon on Sunday saying we're being drip-fed documents. Please tell us there won't be any further documents in unequivocal terms. And despite being told there won't be further documents, we get those documents today. So it's a question of fairness, it's a question of why these documents are not produced, and it's a question of in our view, the evidence leaders trying to ambush Mr. Karim by producing documents at a very late stage, which he hasn't had a full and proper opportunity to consult on. There's no reason we should be put through this in the holy month to have to expect to consult with a witness after hours when people are taken up by the breaking of the fast, by prayers and other such methods. The second issue is more concerning, though. Having looked at some of the documents given on Friday, it appears, and we'll wait to hear the questions, it appears that there's an attempt to introduce matter that is entirely irrelevant to the terms and the mandate of the Commission. So, for example, there are documents produced in an SIU investigation which don't concern Mr. Karim in any way. Obviously, they're put up there. There's going to be an examination for the purpose of examination, and we are going to note that any attempt to ask questions which are not relevant or rationally connected to the purpose of the Commission and its mandate, in our view, transgresses the principles of legality and transgresses the principles of fairness. I put that out up front, Chair, because you're going to hear if there's an attempt to cross-examine on matters that are not rationally connected to that purpose, there are going to be constant objections from our side. And those objections are not because we in any way want to be obstructive, but Mr. Karim's rights have to be protected. The terms of reference of the Commission have to be respected, and the principle of legality has to be upheld. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Shaskalson?
Chair, it is regrettable that some of these documents were furnished late, but it's important to put it in context. There was a ruling by this Commission that a statement had to be furnished last week, Friday. Mr. Karim and his legal team unilaterally took it upon themselves to defy that ruling. They furnished their statement 5 days after this Commission ordered it to be furnished. If they had complied with the ruling, they would have received our statements, our additional documents having regard to what is said in their statement 5 days earlier. If they are complaining now that Friday was too late for them, well, then they should have thought about that before they decided to defy a ruling of this Commission and file their own statement 5 days late. They would have had an extra 5 days with the documents that they now complain were filed late, had they not unilaterally defied
What
the
do you say
ruling of
to the
this commission.
submission? What do you say to the submission that these are documents that the commission had all along and which it could have provided to Mr. Karim much earlier anyway, instead of waiting until his statement had been filed?
Some of the documents, there are ongoing investigations by this commission. We don't have documents. Every day we discover new documents. We can't, if every time we come across a potentially relevant document, we hand it over and add it to the bundle, it would be an unmanageable situation. We also don't know what is going to be relevant and what is not going to be relevant until we have done the whole exercise. We were probably in a position to hand over all of these documents by Wednesday, but we still hadn't received a statement. Once we got a statement, some of the documents may have become irrelevant. There may have been other statements that became relevant. The whole purpose of this schedule was to ensure that we were given a statement, and then, if as a result of a statement we wanted to supplement the bundle, we would. And they defied that ruling, not us. We gave them our documents within 2 days of receiving their statement. And that was what the original ruling was.
And your submission on the documents that Mr. Bana says are irrelevant?
Oh no, they are most definitely relevant. The relevance will emerge in the course of the questioning. Mr. Bana, who comes late to this party, may not understand the relevance, but they are very relevant. And if he wants to object, we will deal with his objections as and when they come.
Or so there isn't even a possibility of anticipating the objections in the sense of, in broad terms perhaps, unless you are going to give away something, in broad terms perhaps indicating the relevance at this stage. I'm not pushing you to.
Chair, I would rather deal with an objection as and when it comes, because, and when I deal with the objections, I'm not going to identify my entire line of questioning, because that would defeat the entire line of questioning. But I will deal with any objection that comes. I don't think we're going to save time by attempting to preempt the objection now, because we will then get objections at a later stage when specific questions are asked, which the connection to whatever argument is put forward here may not be immediately apparent to Mr. Bana, who has joined this party late.
And lastly, on the point about a consultation not having taken place with regard to some of the documents?
There are literally 6 pages of documents that came after Friday that I intend to refer to today. Mr. Karim and his team have had more than enough time to consider how to respond to those 6 pages. And those, and let me flag something in this regard. Those 6 pages concern issues relating to Mr. Morgan Mamela. Mr. Karim and his legal team know that issues relating to Morgan Mamela are directly are going to be traversed in this matter. They were listed both in the notice in terms of Regulation 10.6, requesting the statement, and in the summons. For reasons which I don't know, and which hopefully Mr. Karim will explain, despite being instructed to issue a statement concerning the nature and extent of his relationship with Mr. Morgan Mamela, he declined to do so. He says nothing about Mr. Morgan Mamela. He clearly doesn't want to speak about Mr. Morgan Mamela. Those 6 pages raise important issues relating to Mr. Morgan Mamela. He's chosen not to engage with them. The attitude from the Commission side is he must, and he must answer whether he would prefer not to, whether or not he would prefer to stay silent in that regard.
Yes. Chair, firstly...
Oh, sorry. Let me repeat that my mic was off. I was saying I'm inclined to make a ruling subject to submissions you may wish to make in response, which would not be more than 5 minutes.
Yes. Chair, firstly, you've given several bits of incorrect information, which the evidence leader knows is incorrect. Firstly, Mr. Karim did not defy the Commission in not producing the statement. The Commission is well aware of the circumstances. There was...
We are
Yes.
past that, Mr. Bana,
Yes.
please. Yes, we are past that.
No, but I need to,
Yes.
I need to deal with, my learned friend can't go publicly with statements that are incorrect, and I don't have the opportunity to deal with that. So there was the in-camera hearing, and there was correspondence exchanged that the statement was equally confidential, and because of that was not produced.
We are aware of that, and
Yes.
the attitude we took as the Commission was that despite whatever correspondence may have taken place, nobody ever said to Mr. Karim he should not file
Yes.
his statement. Please move on.
Absolutely.
Please move on.
And you made a second directive that that statement had to be filed, I think, by Wednesday. And as soon as you did that, the statement. And as soon as you did that, the statement was filed. So there was no defiance of the Commission, and that is incorrect. The further incorrect statement that Mr. Marmela is referred to in the 10-6 notice, if you look at the 10-6 notice, you will see, and I think this is the notice given on 5 December 2025. There have been several notices. This is the last notice that we have on record. 5 December 2025, there is no mention of Mr. Marmela there. People such as Mr. Brown, Mahotsi, etc. are referred to. No mention of Mr. Marmela. There is a reference to Mr. Marmela in the summons, but the summons requires that to be dealt with here and not in the statement. The 10-6 notice pertains to what should be in the statement, and there was nothing relating to Mr. Marmela. But all of that is also, by the way, the Commission knew and had these documents and knew it was going to rely on it. It shouldn't play a cat and mouse game to say, we'll wait and see what you say, and then we'll produce what we have. This is not an adversarial proceeding. It's not an attempt to try and ambush and catch witnesses out. We all know the purpose is fact-finding, and in the spirit of acting in a manner which is transparent and fair, those documents could all have been put up and should have been put up. The explanation that you're given that the relevance only appears from the statement is also incorrect, because our learned friends knew they were going to examine on this, because it's in the summons, and it is incorrect to say they had to wait for the statement. Chair, I have raised a general objection as to documents being put into the bundle in an examination. That remains as a general objection, and we will raise specific objections to specific questions. But we do place on record that this is not what the Commission's mandate is, to deal with matters that concern the SIU, tenders that are not even related to the police services. And whilst Mr. Karim will no doubt be able to deal with whatever is put to him, that is not the point. The point is that this Commission should stay within its mandate, and the evidence leaders should stay within their mandate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bana.
Sorry, Chair, I do need
What I did not get to hear, sorry, Mr. Chair. What I did not get to hear was what Mr. Karim's bottom line is for
Yes.
today.
Chair, that the spreadsheet itself might be one page, but that page is a collation of a number of source documents, and we will have to see how far we get today, and if we need more time, which is not the type of scenario that we adjourn at 4, and we expect it to be here at 9:30 to deal with this, we'll ask you to stand down further,
Stand down at what point?
depending how far we get
Oh,
today.
how far we get.
So
All
let's
right.
assume that the
Let's-
questions today go till midday. We might be able to consult on the spreadsheet. And also there may be some consequential applications coming from that. There's an issue of confidentiality which I need to consider as well. And I want to give you the heads up for that.
Yes. You wanted to, thank you, Mr. Bana.
Thank
You
you,
wanted
Chair.
to respond, Mr. Shoskowski?
Chair, there was a notice in terms of Rule 10.6 issued on the 24th of October that specifically referred to Mr. Marmela.
Let me direct that we should commence. Anything else we will deal with as and when it arises. May we commence?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Karim, the way we structure these processes...
The witness has not been, has not taken the oath. Mr. Karim, will you swear or affirm? You will swear.
I swear.
Okay. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. I see you leaning forward. Are the mics not?
Let me just get
bring them
yeah.
closer so that you don't have to keep moving forward and backwards.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Karim, just to explain the process, the first part of this process will just involve me leading you through your statement without any intrusive questioning. So in the first stage of the process, you don't need to be suspicious of me. There will come a point at which you do need to be suspicious of me. We will give you warning when that point is reached. But so that you know where we're going and how it is going to run, just know that until we reach the end of your statement, I'm not going to ask you any questions that are of any intrusive nature or designed to trap you in any way. The purpose of the first part of the questioning is merely to enable you to have the opportunity to put your version on record without being interrupted or disturbed. So there are really two ways in which you can do it. If you would like simply to read your statement into the record, we could do that. We could do it that way. If you would like me to ask you a couple of questions to facilitate that process, we can do it. We can do it that way. You must choose.
I think, Council, you can proceed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to begin with, let me just clarify that you have what you need to have in front of you. You should have 3 files, a small file with your statement in it.
Yeah.
We'll call that the statement file. And then 2 larger files which have exhibits in them.
Yes, I've got them.
Great. If we can start with the statement file and maybe start at the end of the statement, just confirm, first of all, that on page 11, the signature is yours.
Yes.
And can you confirm that the contents of the statement are true and correct?
Yes, they're true and correct.
And then if we can take the Commission through the statement, going back to page 1, in pages 1 to 3, you set out certain concerns that you have and reservations of rights. The statements, the paragraphs speak for themselves. Is there anything you would want to add or emphasize in that regard?
No, Chair. No, Council, sorry.
Then if we move to paragraph 4 onwards, you describe your relationship with Medicare 24 Tshwane District and Mr. Madlanga. Maybe if I can ask you to deal first with, essentially to read paragraphs 4 to 7, which deal with your relationship with Mr. Madlanga, before we get to the contract with Medicare 24.
Thank you, Council. So in this section, I deal with the nature of the relationship. I deal with the nature of the relationship with Medicare Tshwane. This will provide the Commission with inside detail and into the topics identified in Rule 10.6. As I have said, as I have stated elsewhere, I provided funding to Medicare 24 to the amount of 10 million rand. At some stage, to the best of my recollection, during June 2024, I received a call from Mr.
Sorry, Mr. Karim, it sounds like you are too close to the mic here.
Okay. I'm just worried that you won't hear me from here. Is it fine from there?
It usually gets indicated to us if there are problems with the sound. Just go, yes.
Am I audible? Am I audible now?
Yes.
Can I suggest the problem may be that there are two microphones on, maybe switch one of them on.
We've always used them.
Oh.
Yes, yes. No, switch it on.
Can we switch it on?
Yeah. No problem. Yes, Mr. Karim.
At some stage, to the best of my recollection, during June 2024, I received a telephone call from Mr. Madlanga requesting a meeting with me. I know Vusi in the private, I know Vusi as we both operate in the private security sector. I'm a director and shareholder of Fusion Tactical Team, which is my security company. Prior to this, to the best of my recollection, I had no engagement, relationships, or dealing with Vusi beyond knowing in a general sense who he is.
And then from paragraphs 8, paragraphs 8 and 9, you describe Mr. Matlanga's approach to you in relation to his tender with SAPS and wanting finance or funding from you. Can you read 8 and 9, and if there's anything you want to amplify, please do.
So at the meeting, Vusi, he had obviously told me he's the director of Med24 and that he had won this contract to provide medical services to SAPS. He then needed or required funds to perform under the tender as he had overcapitalized on the establishment of his tender and therefore encountered cash flow problems. He insisted that he was geared up for rendering the services in respect of the tender. He invited me to see his business premises in Pretoria. I visited the business premises and I confirmed it was state-of-the-art. I was impressed from what I had seen, and I could appreciate that Mr. Madlanga could spend a considerable amount of monies in the capitalization of this tender. At the same time, when I visited the site, I then met also a Michael van Wyk, who was introduced to me as the CEO of Medcare24. Michael advised that he owned the Medcare24 franchise and that Mr. Madlanga was a franchisee. Michael had, during our discussions, confirmed that he'd be assisting Vusi in operating and executing this tender. At the same time, I needed to verify this. I then reached out to a friend of mine, Mr. Opa Brown Khotsi, who is from Afrikeng as well, and who's someone that's known, who's connected. I then asked him to please verify and check if really this tender exists, and can he come back to me? Mr. Mokhotsi then agreed to check for me. He reverted and said, yes, it is a valid contract. Vusi and I then agreed, Vusi and I agreed that if I advanced the 10 million, I would be paid an additional amount of 10 million over a 3-year contract period. The repayment would be made at an equivalent of 10% of all payments received until the amount of 20 million was going to be paid. In terms of our agreement, we then set out the payment structure, which is attached. After July 2024, I would call Vusi from time to time and ask him whether he had received a signed SLA from SAPS and when can I expect a copy of this agreement between Medcare and SAPS, as we all had an agreement confirming our agreement. Because we had an agreement which was not signed, we agreed that we'll sign the agreement once the SLA was signed by SAPS. He experienced some delays in obtaining the SLA from SAPS, but there was no cause for concern as Med24 had already commenced in rendering services to them. This seemed quite plausible to me, as in my experience, formal contracts often lag behind and before implementing the contract. I asked him if he had issued any invoices and when could I start expecting payments. He then stated to me that payments would, he stated to me he would commence payments upon receipt of sufficient funds from SAPS, including the payments due to me. Towards the end of 2024, we had still not got any payments in from what Vusi told me, and I began pressing Vusi to provide me with invoices and payments details from SAPS. At this stage, I was becoming despondent due to the non-payment from Vusi. I again then reached out to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi. I then asked Brown to please check if Vusi is really receiving work and if the contract was going to be paid. Brown confirmed that he is delivering and we will be paid. During about December 2024, after being pressed to start making payments, Vusi advised that I would commence receiving payments shortly. This was a relief to me. Shortly thereafter, in January 2025, Vusi contacted me and requested further money to service the tender. I advised Vusi that I could not provide further funding at this stage because I was not receiving any payments towards the funds advanced, and that Ziggy needed cash for other projects and ventures. I was also concerned that the 10 million rand had already been advanced and I have not received a single payment. I would then, to verify this, contact Brown, for example, inquire whether payments were being made under the tender. Brown would always revert back to me based on what he allegedly knew, and also I had no way of how Brown was verifying this. I need to place that on record. During these exchanges, Brown confirmed that the tender was still in operation and that payments were in progress. In February 2025, payments started trickling in. By mid-March 2025, I received net payment of 1.75 million, which was paid into the Mies Investments business account. Before any other payments could be received unexpectedly in March, Vusi sent me a message regarding the cancellation of Medcare 24's contract. I informed Brown of what Vusi informed me and requested him to find out what was happening. Brown then agreed to inquire. Brown then later sent me a message stating that he had spoken to the minister. Brown advised me that in order to keep Vusi, I should inform Vusi that I have a good and direct relationship with the minister and his office. I advised Brown that this was a joke because I had no relationship with either the minister or his office. Brown's reasoning was that I should make Vusi believe that I have a relationship with the minister's office and that he would communicate directly with the minister's officers if, when, and required. Brown was clear that this was required and calculated to make Vusi believe that my involvement and my assistance with the minister and his office would be crucial, and therefore Vusi would therefore need me to pay me my money, or would need to pay me my money. In truth, I did not have any relationship with the minister. I then advised Brown this did not make sense to me without disclosing his close relationship with Vusi, which I only picked up after the commission, that Brown and Vusi were communicating, and I did not know about that. And then Brown advised that I should trust him, that I would be paid these monies owed to me if I followed and did what he suggested. I was extremely concerned since the cancellation of the contract with Vusi meant that Ziggy stood to lose the money it advanced. I needed a lever with Vusi to try to get paid and agreed to follow Brown's advice. Whenever issues arose around Vusi requiring information or clarity, I would send the same to Brown or call him. And when he responded, I would send the same to Vusi. I confirmed Brown was extremely confident about his strategy. As I was desperate, I agreed to go along with Brown's proposal. All messages referred to in the interactions with the minister, his officers, were sent to me by Brown, who advised that I send them to Vusi. I had no influence with the minister or any influence over him. There's a concern, the same message that I sent to Vusi in May 2025, in terms of Brown's instructions, was now I have learned, was sent to Vusi by Brown on the 4th of March. So the same message that Brown sent to Vusi on the 4th of March, Brown then sends me that message on the 6th of May, 2 months later, to send to Vusi, which I did, but I only realized this after the commission. So it was clear that both of them were playing me. And I could not understand why Brown would advise me to resend it to Vusi. Thereafter, Vusi started to avoid me. At this stage, the Medicare 24 was being reported to the media to have been terminated by the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service. Vusi sent me messages regarding the cancellation of this tender, which made no sense to me for the following reasons. The SAPS contract was reported to have been terminated on the 12th of April. The termination letter of the SAPS contract was sent on the 12th of May. The minister had no influence or authority in the termination as the National Commissioner terminated it. Every undertaking and promise by Brown to meet with the minister or his office did not transpire. Again, with hindsight, I believe Brown was lying about the influence he had. I myself have no direct relationship to the minister. Instead, I was asked by Brown to continue sending messages to Vusi assuring him of a meeting with the minister, which I did, but nothing came of it. Vusi advised that his attorneys were handling the termination and that the amounts owed for work would be paid to Medicare 24. Despite this, no money was paid to me. Much later, I realized that Brown was misrepresenting his influence with the minister. I was quite upset about this because I know Brown for the last 15, 18 years from African, and I've always been assisting him and his foundations. In hindsight, it is clear Brown was playing me. I also suspect that he was not acting alone and that Vusi did so too. When one considers the messages, it is clear that I was caught in the middle of them. Vusi knew very well that I had no contacts, and Brown knew that I turned to him because I became reliant on his advices. Vusi ceased responding to me around May 2025. I can confirm that I, Ziggy, am approximately out of pocket of 8.25 million rand. This excludes the profit of the monies advanced to Medicare 24. Should I continue, Council?
Certainly. I'll ask clarificatory questions at the end.
Okay.
So I think continue through your statement.
I have to now turn to deal with remaining topics set out in the notice. The nature of the relationship with Minister Senzo Mkhunu. I have no relationship with the minister, whether professional or personal. The nature of relationship with General Feroz Khan. I have no relationship with General Feroz Khan. I know him as we sometimes pray at the same mosque in Houghton when I'm in the Joburg area. The nature and extent of the relationship with Khotle Specialist. This is Brown's wife's company. I normally assist his wife and him through Khotle Specialist. So Brown's wife has a company. She does cleaning, she does gardening services. She sometimes does my gardening services. She does some cleaning for me. She looks after my plant equipment. She cleans the plant equipment. And this has been happening way before this. I've always been assisting Brown and his wife. Regarding the litigation to review and set aside in a tender in the Northwest, they approached me, a few business forums in the Northwest approached Mr. Brown Mkhotsi and his foundation. I think there was a catering tender at the Department of Northwest, and I must put it on record, I'm not a caterer. They approached me and they requested funding to challenge this tender in court. Now, I'm from the Northwest. I was born in Mafikeng, so I'm very close to the people of Northwest. And on many occasions, we have always been marginalized. We've got the highest unemployment rate. We always losing out to jobs like these to people from other provinces. And I don't have an issue with that, but when people from the Northwest are disadvantaged, I take it to my heart. I then agreed to assist Brown with the foundation through these business forums to challenge this in court. And I provided them with some funding, which they then said they will pay back to me. I have often and at no cost helped many individuals and businesses in the Northwest. The nature and extent of my relationship with General Shedrick Sibia, I have no relationship with this individual. In conclusion, I would like to make the following remarks. I have been branded as an enabler due to my relationship with the minister. There is no factual basis to make such a statement. I confirm that I have never had a personal or professional relationship with the minister. I have never spoken to the minister. In fact, when one considers the fact the current Minister of Police only assumed office on the 3rd of July 2024, and the SEP contract was awarded before the tenure of the erstwhile Minister of Police, Becky Taylor. It is clear that it is impossible and as a fact untrue that I could have any pervasive influence over two different ministers of police. In addition, the SEP's contract was cancelled, leaving me out of pocket of approximately 8.25 million. If I were the enabler with a sustainable investment and an interest in the success, the contract would have not been cancelled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karim. I'm going to start by asking a few clarificatory questions, but we now reach the end of the sort of friendly side of this engagement. So even though these questions are clarificatory, know that you need to be on your guard going forward. If I understand your statement, you never had a written contract with Medicare 24 Tshwane. At no stage did you ever conclude a written contract with them.
No.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what wasn't clear to me was whether you ever saw a written contract between SAPS and Medicare 24. You say at a certain point you hadn't. Was it ever shown to you?
Yes, it was. I have a copy of the SLA. I was given a copy of the SLA.
And when was the SLA given to you?
Late in October sometime, 2024.
Then, if I understand your evidence again, the contract with Medicare 24 was going to be with Ziggy. Ziggy was the vehicle that...
That's correct.
And Ziggy's your company.
Correct.
Then you speak on page 5 of your statement, paragraph 23, of a net repayment of 1.75 million. You say in February 2025, payments started trickling in. By mid-March, I received only a net repayment of 1.75 million, which was paid into Tamiz.
Yes, that's correct, Council.
Now, how was that 1.7? I mean, we have seen two separate payments. A payment on the 4th of February from Medicare of 1.5 million to Tamiz, and a payment on the 17th of March to Tamiz of 1 million by Medicare, which is 2.5 million. My understanding of your evidence, and again, call me out if I'm wrong, is that you get to your net 175 this way. So there's 1.5 that's paid on 4 February. On the same day, from that 1.5, 500,000 is paid to an entity called Lutaga Trading Enterprises.
Correct.
So that's a net 1 million. And from the 1 million that was paid on the 17th of March, 250,000 was paid to Lutaga on the 22nd of March.
That's correct.
And okay, so that is the net 1.75 is derived that way. Then, at various points in your statement, you refer to messages that were exchanged between yourself and Mr. Mogotsi. Were these text messages, WhatsApp messages, signal messages? What message? How do you communicate with Mr. Mogotsi?
At that time, there was some text, but WhatsApps as well.
Now, you don't attach any of these messages. Are you able to produce them for us?
Council, I'll have to go back into my iCloud and see if they still exist there.
Your iCloud or or your WhatsApp
No,
archive?
I remember I changed phones. So when you change phones, you sometimes don't have those messages still there.
And when did you change phones?
Changed phones a couple of times, Council.
But dates is what I'm interested in.
Okay,
approximate dates.
as soon as new iPhones come out, we're always upgrading. So I think I've changed phones twice since 2024.
But again, dates I'm interested in. When did you,
I can't recall the dates, Council.
approximately how long have you had your current iPhone?
Current one is just a few months now.
And on your current iPhone, do you not import your old WhatsApp messages for an archive?
No.
But you would cooperate with the Commission in going onto your iCloud to try to retrieve your old WhatsApp communications with Mr. Mogotsi?
I'd have to consult my legal team on that, Council, and come back to you.
Well, maybe you can consult over one of the adjournments and come back to us on that score. I've noted your statement about not having a relationship with General Khan. If you go to page 7 of the evidence bundle,
Yes.
you'll see that on the 4th of March, Mr. Matlala sent you a report about General Khan being found not guilty in his disciplinary inquiry. Had you discussed General Khan at all with Mr. Matlala?
No, not at all. I have no idea why he sent me this message. He sent me a few News 24 articles, but I didn't even respond to this message when he sent it to me.
No. Thank you. Then, if we go to your statement on page 6, concerning your relationship with the minister and how you misled Mr. Matlala in this regard. You say in paragraph 26, Brown advised me that in order to obtain my monies from Vusi, I should inform Vusi I have a good direct relationship with the minister and or his office. I advised Brown this was a joke. I had no relationship with either the minister or his office. And then Brown explained his reasoning. It was that you should make Vusi believe I have a relationship, that you had a relationship with the office, and you could, and he, Brown, would communicate directly with the minister if and when required. And he seemed to think that if Mr. Matlala believed that you had a relationship with the minister, he'd then want to preserve his relationship with you and would therefore pay you when he could. Is that the broad understanding?
That's the understanding, yes.
Now, I'm trying to understand when all of this happened. So if we go back to paragraph 23 on page 5, we see, you say in February 25, payments started trickling in. By mid-March, I had received only a net payment of 175 million. And then before further payments could be received, and unexpectedly, in March 2025, Vusi sent a message regarding cancellation. So this exchange, this strategy of pretending to have influence with the minister would have happened after the net payments had come in and after Vusi sent you a message about cancellation.
These messages started just after January, around February.
Sorry, I just didn't hear that. I apologize.
When payments started trickling in 2025, towards the end of Feb, the messages, that's when Brown's strategy went into place with the minister.
Let's just go through it. Well, hang on a minute. If we go to 24 and 25, you say, before further payments could be received and unexpectedly in March, Vusi sent me a message regarding cancellation. So Vusi sends you a message about cancellation.
Yes, and at the same time, I think Brown also sent me a message about cancellation. So this was, because Brown knew about the cancellation as well. So he also sent me a message regarding the cancellation.
Well, that's not what you say in 25. You say you informed Brown
Yes, I say that.
of what Vusi had informed you.
Yes, but Brown already knew.
Okay, so Brown already knew, but your approach to Brown comes after Vusi tells you about the cancellation.
Yes.
Now, how did you inform Brown? Did you call him? Did you message him?
I called him.
You called him. And he said he would inquire.
Yes.
And then he sent you a message stating that he had spoken to the minister.
Yes.
When is all of this happening? You get a message from Vusi.
This is all happening from from the beginning of March, end of Feb, going into March.
I'm interested in how long this process takes.
It was March, April, up to May, actually.
No. I understand that the process continues, that the process of pretending to have a relationship with the minister continues until May. But I'm interested in this exchange with Brown that persuades you to adopt the strategy of misleading Mr. Matlala about an alleged relationship with the minister. You have a message from Mr. Matlala relating to cancellation. You then inform Brown. When do you inform Brown of this message?
Immediately.
Immediately. And what do you mean immediately? Like the next minute, the next day?
No, on the same day.
Same day.
Same day.
Brown says he's going to inquire. Okay, and then he sends you a message. How long does it take Brown to get back to you? Does he come back to you on the same day, the next day, the next week?
I think about 2 days, 3 days. It wasn't the same day.
Okay. And then what does he say when he comes back to you? Because he says he's spoken to the minister.
Yeah, he just said to me, spoken to the minister, and he said he'll come back to me on details. But what he advised me, he said that in order to obtain my money from Vusi and get more payments, I should continue talking to Vusi, keeping him close to me.
No, I understand the gist of it, but you were... He messages you saying he's spoken to the minister. Presumably you wanted to know what the minister had told him.
I
What
called
did he
him
say?
back. He said to me he will inform me in due course of what the minister said. He'll come back to me.
And did he ever come back to you and tell you what the
I
minister
kept
said?
on asking him, what did the minister say? Knowing Mr. Mukhotsi, he kept on saying, no, don't worry, it's going to work, just be patient. I've spoken to the minister, just relax. He never gave me any explanations.
But then he says to you, after he's told you that he's spoken to the minister, and after you've asked him what the minister said and he's ducked and dived a bit, he says, you need to pretend to Mr. Matlala that you have a good relationship with the minister.
Yes.
And you think this is a joke, because you have no relationship with the minister.
Yes, it was a joke at the time when I told him this.
And again, where was this exchange taking place? Was it on the phone? Was it in messages? Was it in person?
It was in person.
Now, and where was it? Presumably in Mafikeng?
In my king, yes.
At your house, at your office, at his house?
We met at the office.
Now, he says to you, I mean, he comes up with this suggestion that you believe to be a bit of a joke. But he seems ultimately to persuade you of the wisdom of his plan that you initially thought was a joke.
Yes, I believed that Brown had the influence at that time. On many occasions in the Northwest, especially in the structures of the ANC, Brown would lead the campaigns. He led one of the campaigns in 2017. It was a CR campaign. Brown led it. Again in 2022, he was leading that campaign. So based on how I know him, I believed he had these contacts, and I was convinced that he had those contacts at that time.
So I understand that you believed that he had contacts with the minister, but you'd asked him to give some indication of what the minister had told him, and he had ducked and dived.
Yeah, he just kept on saying, just relax, it's under control, it's under control. Those were his words to me every time I asked him.
Mr. Karim, you should please wait until...
sorry.
Yes, because when you speak at the same time, there will be transcription problems.
Sorry.
Thank you.
But were you not interested in some detail?
Of course I was, Counsel. I was very interested. But what made me believe him is because when we were looking for payments and when we were inquiring about payments, Brown would always have the information about when payment would be made. So I believed when he said things are under control, I just need to be patient and I will get my money.
And when did you inquire with Brown about payments? When had he proven his worth on payments?
I think we'll have to go to the messages with Vusi. It's at the same time when I was communicating with Vusi, at the same time I was communicating with Mr. Mohotsi.
We'll get there in due course. But essentially, when you're communicating when you report material to Vusi about payments, are you reporting what Brown has told you about payments?
Yes, I was. But funny enough, Counsel, I need to bring this to your attention. At the same time I asked Brown about payments, Brown would say payments are coming. Mr. Madlanga or Kat would ask me about payments, but he would send me screenshots from the police system. Mr. Madlanga himself would then send me screenshots from the police system about the payments. So this was strange for me because why would he be asking me? And at that point, I thought maybe he's trying to test me and see do I really have those contacts or not. So the minute I ask him or I report back to him and say, okay, Brown would say payments are coming. I then message Vusi and say payments are coming. Vusi would then send me a screenshot of payments.
So you would tell him payments are coming, and then he would respond by sending you a screenshot.
That's correct.
But why would that then be testing you?
I don't know why else he would have done it, because it happens, he asks, I inquire, I come back, I say to him, payments are coming. After a day, I'm not sure, we need to check in the messages, a day or after a couple of hours, he then sends me a screenshot from the police system of the payments.
I see. And you...
Can I just ask Mr. Chaskerson, sorry, just so that I understand, you say Mr. Madlanga asked you about payments when they would come?
Yeah, he would ask me, when are we getting paid? How are we getting paid?
Yes.
Because he believes I have influence.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Why would Mr. Madlanga think that you would know when you're being paid, when his contract was being paid?
Remember, Counsel, I gave him the impression that I'm close to the minister in the office and that I have some context inside. So he then thought or believed I would have access to payments. But my real reliance was on Mr. Mokgotsi.
But on your version in the statement, you only gave that impression after Mr. Mokgotsi had persuaded you that the only way you were going to get paid after cancellation was by creating that false impression.
No, this had started in Feb, before we got paid. This had started, I was saying February.
So, sorry, again, I must apologize. I didn't hear, there was some distortion. You said it started in Feb.
The messages started in Feb.
Which messages?
Between me and Mr. Madlanga on payments.
But in Feb, you received your first payment.
Yes. So we were talking about these payments and he believed I had influence.
Mr. Karim, I think I will go back on my earlier advice that you pull the mics closer. Yeah, we get a distortion when we are too close. Can you please avoid being too close to the mic?
Okay, let me push it back.
Yes.
Let me just go to my statement, Council. In 10, I say I reached out to Brown Mokgotsi.
Yes.
So at that time already, myself and Vusi did have a conversation. And I did say to Vusi that I've checked myself on your tender. I've done my own due diligence. He asked me how. Brown advised me to tell him that I've checked on the SAP system and that it's verified. So from then, Mr. Madlanga believed that I had influence.
But sorry, this is at the stage of due diligence. This is at a stage where you are trying to decide for yourself whether you want to risk 10 million of your money with this contract. And so when you go to Mr. Mokgotsi at that stage, you're going to satisfy yourself, not to satisfy Mr. Madlanga.
Correct.
And Mr. Mokgotsi says to you, rightly, truly or untruly, yes, this contract's on the system. Why would he, at that stage, advise you to start misrepresenting the nature of your relationship with SAPS?
No, he didn't advise. He said to me, as we move, because Mr. Madlanga knew that I was checking. Mr. Madlanga was obviously inquisitive. He wanted to know how. And I just said to him, no, I have people. Because Mr. Madlanga wanted to know how did I verify this contract? And I said to him, no, I have people. I have people who are connected and they confirmed. So at that point already, Mr. Madlanga was aware that I have some people that I can refer to, which was obviously Mr. Mokgotsi.
So it's back in June 2024 that Mr. Madlanga starts thinking that you are connected with SAPS. But that, of course, is after he approaches you for the 10 million.
Yeah.
So he doesn't approach you for the 10 million on the basis of your connections with SAPS. He approaches you for the 10 million because he needs 10 million.
Yes.
Let's go back to the sequence. Payments come in February and March. Mr. Madlanga then messages you about potential cancellation. You speak to Brown. Brown says he's going to contact, he messages you to say he'll speak to the minister. Comes back to you, says, look, no, I've spoken to the minister, everything's going to be all right, essentially. You ask him, sorry, I can see you nodding, but we're going to have a transcript at the end of this. So I need you to sort of say yes instead of not. Yeah.
Yes.
You ask him what the minister said. He says, everything will be all right. Essentially, you don't need to know now, just trust me.
That's what he said.
He then, at a later stage, a couple of days later, comes to meet you at your offices, if you remember correctly, and tries to persuade you about this scheme of telling Mr. Madlanga that you have close connections with the minister, and persuading you that if Mr. Madlanga thinks that you have close connections with the minister, that's the way you will get paid, because he will pay you to keep you sweet because of your relationship with the minister.
That's correct. That was his strategy.
You say to him, this is a joke, I don't have a relationship with the minister.
Yes, I did.
So at that stage, you thought you can't say to Mr. Madlanga, I've got a relationship with the minister, because you didn't have a relationship with the minister.
Yeah, but I had to do it because I was...
No, I'm getting the chronology. At that stage, you had no intention of
Yes.
telling Mr. Madlanga you had a relationship with the minister, because you didn't. Is that a yes?
Can you repeat that, Councillor?
At that stage, when Mr. Mogotsi first puts his proposition to you, you think it's a joke? Okay, yes.
Yes.
And at that stage, until he persuades you later, you have no intention of telling Mr. Mogotsi you have a close relationship with the minister, because you don't have a close relationship with the
You mean
minister.
with Mr. Madlanga?
Telling Mr. Madlanga.
Sorry, Mr. Madlanga, not Mr. Mogotsi.
No, I did tell him that I have a close relationship.
When did you tell him you have a close relationship with the minister?
Just after Brown informed me to go along with the strategy.
Yes, but before Brown convinced you, you didn't want to do that.
Yes, but I did it. Like I said, I was desperate and I needed to do it.
Now, I understand that Brown ultimately convinces you that you must go with his plan.
Yes.
But when he first raises the plan, you have no intention of going along with it. You're later convinced.
Correct.
Were you convinced at that meeting, or were there subsequent meetings?
No, he convinced me at that meeting.
So you deliberately misrepresented the nature of your relationship with the minister to Mr. Madlanga in the hope that this would persuade him to pay you ahead of other potential creditors.
Correct.
And apart from misrepresenting to Mr. Madlanga your relationship with the minister, did you ever suggest to him that you had connections in SAPS itself, as opposed to the ministry, and that those connections could help him?
He believed that I had connections in the SAPS. He believed that.
But you say you didn't have connections.
I had no connections.
And your only insight into SAP's internal operations was what Mr. Mogotsi relayed to you.
Yes.
Was it you that convinced him that you had connections within SAPS? Was it you that convinced him?
Convinced who? Mr. Madlanga?
Mr. Madlanga, yes.
He believed.
I get it, I
Yes.
get it. You've said so. You've said so.
Yes, because
Was
when he
it-
asked about payments, I would revert and give him
Did he-
information on
did he-
payments from
did he
Brown.
come-
Yes. He
did-
believed that I had.
Did he come to believe because of what you had said to him, or not really?
To me, it seemed as if he believed.
Yes, you've said that 3 times now. I want to know whether that belief was as a result of what you had said to him.
That's correct, Commissioner.
What had you said to him?
I said to him that I have, like I said previously, I have someone who's connected and they'll be able to check for us in the system. And I relied on,
Somebody within SAPS.
yeah, but I relied obviously on Mr. Mogotsi.
All right. Thank you.
Can I just understand that answer? Is your answer that you told him that you have connections within SAPS? Because
No.
that was a direct question from Mr. Chaskalson, and I'm confused about your answer.
I said I have someone who's connected in SAPS,
You have someone in SAPS itself?
someone who's connected to SAPS.
Okay, again, still clarificatory, but a different area. If you go to page 7,
7 of?
of the statement. You say, you're talking essentially about the collapse of your relationship with Mr. Matlala at this point in your statement. And you say, paragraph 30 starts, confirmed Brown was extremely confident about the strategy. I was desperate. I agreed to go along with Brown's proposal. All messages referred to in the interactions with the minister stroke his officers were sent to me by Brown, who advised I send them to Vusi. So anything that you said purporting to relate to the minister came from Brown.
Yes,
But you pretended that it was your direct information.
yes.
You had no influence with the minister nor any influence over him. Then you say the same message I sent to Vusi in May 2025, in terms of Brown's instruction, was, I've now learnt, sent by Vusi to Brown on 4 March 2025. Your statement's correct in this regard. I don't think anything significant turns on it, but when you read the statement, you actually read that as was sent by Brown to Vusi, not by Vusi to Brown. What you've got in the statement is correct.
Okay.
This confirms that Brown and Vusi have already exchanged this message, and I cannot understand why Brian would advise me to resend it to Vusi. Thereafter, Vusi started avoiding me. So you say after that May message, where you pretended to have had an interaction with the minister that mirrored something that Mr. Matlala had sent to Mr. Mokgotsi, he started avoiding you.
Yes.
How did you experience this avoidance?
I stopped responding to texts, or he stopped taking my calls. He just became evasive.
Sorry, he just became evasive.
Evasive, yeah.
Let us take the adjournment at this stage and resume at 11:45. Let's adjourn. Bana. We must apologize. May we request you to take a seat there. There's a very brief matter that Ms. Sillo will deal with, very, very briefly.
Chair, what do you require us to do?
No. It's just an apology to you that there's going to be an interposition of something else.
Not at all. Thank
But
you, Chair.
very briefly.
Thank you for the
Thank you,
courtesy.
thank you. Mr. Karim, if you could maybe take a seat there, that first row, yes. Thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you. And thank you to Mr. Bana and team and Mr. Karim, and apologies for the upset. Chair, we have another witness who is under subpoena starting from today. We have an application that that witness would like to move in respect of his appearance, and we wanted to ask for an indulgence to deal with this matter in probably the first 5 minutes after your tea break, if that is permissible.
Is the witness here?
The witness is here, and so is his attorney. If I think they're outside, I'll ask them.
Please,
Thank
if you could, the attorneys, or